West, corporate partners as well, Heathrow, Intuit and SSE, and our supporting partners today, DP World and Trainline Business as well. Now, in a few moments, we are going to be hearing from the BCC's very own Siobhan Haviland, which I'm very, very excited to listen to. So in May, Siobhan marked 5 incredible years leading the BCC, and it really has been 5 years of amazing growth, that all-important word today, and success for the Chamber network. In the corridors of power, in the media, and as she travels through the Chamber network, she is front and centre of all of those discussions about how we do deliver growth. Before we hear from her, we're going to play a short video on the challenges and the opportunities facing businesses, facing you guys right now. Thank you.
From our ports to our industrial communities, from our cities, towns and villages up and down the country, we have extraordinary potential, ambition and innovation across every corner of the UK.
The UK economy is not short of potential. We have innovative firms, strong balance sheets and deep pools of capital.
And yet, economic growth over the last decade has not matched our potential. That's why government, business and chambers must now work together.
Too often businesses are choosing caution over commitment, not because they lack ideas, but because the environment no longer consistently rewards risk-taking.
To increase trade and support businesses to export, to unlock investment and build strong domestic supply chains that can maximise its benefits, and to boost productivity by embracing AI and closing the skills gap.
The challenge is clear. What can we do to turn potential into action? The task for policymakers is simple in principle, but far harder in practice. How to create the conditions where acting, not waiting, becomes the right choice for firms.
So we all have a role to play in delivering a more competitive, stronger, productive economy. By working together, government, chambers, businesses, let's turn ambition into action.
The opportunity, if we can get this right, is absolutely enormous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host for the day, Siobhan Haviland, CBE.
Good morning, everyone. Nothing like a hard hat and a hairnet to start the day, eh? It's great to be here with you all, and thank you to the Chancellor. I'm so pleased we've been able to hear from you today, Chancellor, despite what is indeed proving to be quite a week for the government and a very busy day ahead for the Chancellor. So, it is wonderful to be here with you today. When I look around the room, I see so many brilliant businesses. I see the engine room of the UK economy. Companies exporting, innovating, investing, keeping this country moving. And that's where I want to start today. Because the UK is an amazing country, a country built on trade and commerce, a country of immense talent, a country with incredibly resilient and resourceful firms. Businesses that have weathered a succession of shocks. Businesses that have innovated and adapted to keep their balance sheets strong. Businesses that are rooted in their communities, connected through their chambers, and committed to making a difference. And what a chamber network we have. The best bit of my job is travelling up and down the country, seeing the creativity and determination and entrepreneurship of our businesses. Like Sensitech from Northern Ireland, which has rapidly expanded exports of its wireless monitoring equipment to more than 50 markets. Or the Summer Berry Company from Sussex, which has invested in cutting-edge green technology to produce British strawberries all year round. Or the Coventry and Warwickshire business, Blunt and Brave, which is using immersive tech and AI to help young people into work. Very different businesses, but so much in common. Not just delivering growth, but anchoring it in their communities. It's down to them and to all of us that the UK is such a globally respected brand. But something clearly isn't right. Despite all of our industry and ingenuity, our economy continues to stutter. Growth of less than 1% forecast this year, with similar outlook for the next two. And this economic malaise is nothing new or attributable to the policies of a single government. Outside of the pandemic rebound, UK growth has flatlined year after year. So, while the ingredients to deliver growth are all here, something has clearly gone wrong with the mix. Despite all our strengths, we are failing to fulfill our potential. You can feel it, businesses can feel it, and voters can feel it too. And we can all see the consequences in the headlines this week. The difficult truth is, whoever leads the UK, the primary challenge remains the same: delivering growth. Because everything else, jobs, taxes, teachers, nurses, public infrastructure and social protection, it all relies first on economic growth. So, what's going wrong? We have the ambition, the ideas, the talent. Why aren't we delivering more growth as a nation? Our research gives a clear answer. It is a lack of confidence. Weak confidence reduces appetite for risk, which reduces investment, which hampers growth, which knocks confidence further. And this circular crisis of confidence is now shackling ambition, blocking the actions we need to see to invest, innovate and trade, stopping growth at inception. So, how do we fix it? At the BCC, we are clear. It is business, not governments, that can deliver growth. And whoever sits in number 10 or the Treasury needs to understand that. But businesses can only deliver growth if the environment they operate within gives them the confidence to act. And that is where political leadership can make all the difference. So, today I'm delighted we will hear from representatives from each of the main political parties, an important first for a major business conference. Reflecting, of course, the new reality of multi-party politics, but also their recognition of the importance of engaging with you. We've already heard from the Chancellor, and later each of the opposition parties will share their plans to boost business confidence. Now, I'll acknowledge these are challenging times to be in politics. The fiscal picture is tight, there are no easy answers. But my message today to all who aspire to lead us is this: it is equally challenging to be in business. Many firms are already at breaking point. A cost of doing business crisis is now suppressing the very growth we want to see. And while the global context has certainly been tough, over the last decade, policy choices have made the reality of doing business even tougher. Think about it. Minimum wage, employers' NI, corporation tax, business rates, employment rights, the apprenticeship levy, climate levies, IE35 changes, Brexit, VAT thresholds, packaging taxes. Government-imposed costs on the average SME have risen more than 70% in just 10 years. Let that sink in. At a time of huge economic shocks and global headwinds, successive UK governments have chosen to pile more and more cost onto companies. That is no way to deliver growth. So, if we want to see growth, our political leaders must reduce the burdens on business. And just in case anyone is tempted, let me be clear. Taxing business more will be a road to ruin. The quickest way to destroy the fragile confidence that we have left. You must back business, not tax them, if you want to see growth. And great care is also needed to prevent the Employment Rights Act having a similar confidence-crushing effect. If imposed in full, even by the government's own estimate, this package will cost £1 billion to business. So in adoption, we need to find a mix that works for all. And that means coming together, government, unions and business, and accepting that there will need to be compromises to make the package work. Ensuring rights, but also employment. Back business and we'll deliver growth. The British Chambers of Commerce has identified 3 key levers that will support growth delivery, and the government needs to give them laser-like focus. Global trade, national productivity, and local investment. First, trade. Chambers were formed over 200 years ago to help businesses trade, and we remain rooted in that mission today. Through our British Chamber network across the globe, our trade facilitation services across the UK, our Trade Accelerator programme backed by NatWest, and the Diplomatic Advisory Hub in partnership with the Foreign Office. Chambers are helping businesses navigate markets, manage risk and seize opportunity. In fact, we facilitated £500 million of trade just last year. But there is much to do, because increasing trade is the fastest way to grow our economy. In 2025, just a 2% increase in exports would have added 0.6% to GDP. Think about that. On a growth of 1%, that's a big deal. So, why aren't we more focused on it? The answer is that there are still too many barriers to trade. And 10 years after the Brexit vote this week, there is no doubt that leaving the EU has made life harder for British exporters. 54% of them tell us it has hampered their growth. And the government recognises this reality. That's why we have successfully pushed them to rebuild stronger relationships with the EU, and why from the US to India, South Korea to the Gulf, we have consistently welcomed the trade deals they have secured. What has been less welcome is that the government has continued to cut export support to help businesses make the most of these deals. Helping businesses into new markets is a phenomenal return on investment for the economy. So I urge the next government to reconsider this approach. Online information and a patchwork of support through combined authorities, where they exist, is not enough if we're serious about trade. So, keep doing the deals, but help business benefit from them too. Back business and we'll deliver growth. Our second growth lever is productivity. Since the financial crash in 2008, improving productivity has been a continual challenge, held back by almost 2 decades of poor infrastructure investment, skill shortage, and slow tech adoption. But now we stand at a turning point. The rise of AI is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, a new industrial revolution happening 100 times faster than the last one. AI will transform how our businesses operate, how they produce, how they serve customers, how they innovate. Firms that embrace AI will get ahead. Firms that don't will fall behind. And just as chambers were central to the first industrial revolution, we will now be central to the AI revolution too. That's why from Belfast to Kent, from Devon to Dundee, chambers are stepping forward to provide businesses with practical adoption support. That's why we've partnered with Pair to launch an AI Academy, ensuring you and your teams understand the art of the possible. And that's why I can announce today that we will hold a major new event in December focused on leading change in the era of AI. But adapting to AI will not be easy for everyone. We all worry about our young people struggling to find work today. Almost 1 million, more than 1 million, not in education, employment or training. And in truth, the gains from AI will only translate into growth if they sit alongside the skills that empower our young people, with strong local partnerships between business and educators to deliver it. And until Ofsted starts evaluating schools on students' work readiness, we will never produce young people fit for employment. Boosting productivity doesn't happen by accident. It comes when businesses have both the tools and the talent they need to succeed. So we must make people and skills central to embracing the AI opportunity. Back business and we'll deliver growth. Our final lever is investment. Over the past decade, our levels of private and public sector investment have lagged far behind our global competitors. We have a £2 trillion investment gap versus our G7 peers. And yet I am constantly meeting businesses who want to invest in the UK. This is a structural frailty that has been compounded by successive governments' failure to create a favourable business environment. And our last economic data indicates that the proportion of firms planning to increase capital spending has dropped again. So unless we fundamentally change the dynamics, the situation is only going to get worse. And here, I can give real credit to the Chancellor. Her singular determination to unblock infrastructure has shown how politics can shift the dial on growth through investment. From additional capacity at Heathrow and Gatwick to Northern Powerhouse Rail and unprecedented investment in new nuclear. We've been really pleased to see numerous chamber priorities get the focus they deserve. But getting infrastructure projects off the ground is only half the battle. We also need to ensure that the benefits of this investment are felt by the businesses in the regions where they are delivered. And that is why today, the BCC is announcing a new initiative, the Great British Supply Chain. To maximise the benefits of the government's £400 billion procurement spend, we will use the Chamber expertise to source, prepare and maintain locally rooted supply networks for major projects. This will unlock billions of pounds of regional economic growth and increase its multiplier effect by embedding more SMEs into delivery. And we know it can work. In the east of England, Suffolk Chamber have already helped unlock £1.4 billion worth of contracts to local businesses in the county supporting Sizewell C. Imagine the benefits if we can repeat that success nationwide. So today, I make a public invitation to both government and major firms in sectors like infrastructure, defence and energy. Let's work together to make Great British Supply Chain a true driver of growth. Because growth comes when businesses feel confident to act, unlocking investment and invigorating local economies. Back business and we'll deliver growth. It's been 5 years since I took the helm at the British Chambers of Commerce. 5 years characterised by what can only really be described as instability, economic shocks, trade wars and political upheaval. It does look like I'm going to get my 5th Prime Minister in 5 years. And whilst there is no doubt that that instability has held growth back, at the centre of it all, business stands out as a rock of stability. And it's the ambition, resilience and dynamism of British business that I see every day that inspires me and gives me the confidence that growth is possible if we can only get the mix right. And we at the Chambers are ready to play our role because we are the network that translates national ambition into local action, the infrastructure of growth, the people on the ground working with firms day in and day out, sharing knowledge, making connections. And so, let me finish with this. The UK does not lack talent. It does not lack ambition. It does not lack success stories. Here you are. The question is not if growth is possible, it is whether we can create the conditions for more firms to follow your path. Because the UK's growth challenge will not be solved by one conference, one strategy, one budget. It will be solved when many more firms have the confidence to fulfil their potential. So, let's change the approach. Lift the burdens on business, pull the levers of trade, productivity and investment, working in partnership to turbocharge this talent, boost confidence, unlock action, back business, and we will deliver growth. Thank you.
Thank you to Siobhan. A very rousing speech, I thought, and actually a real sort of takeaway about it's businesses that deliver growth. They just need the right environment in order to be able to do that. Lots of food for thought, I'm sure, for all of us in the room, any politicians listening as well, any future politicians listening too. And I should say, if you'd like to hear more about the BCC and the work that Siobhan and her colleagues are doing to support the Chamber network and their business members as well, visit the BCC stand. That's going to be in the exhibition space today. And I should say as well, a little bit more housekeeping. If you're posting about the conference on social, on whatever platform you use the hashtag GAC2026. Right, now it's time to get some reflections from one of our main partners for the day, NatWest. We'll have a short video, and then we'll be hearing from Robert Begbie, the company's CEO for commercial and institutional, alongside the chair of the BCC, Michael Heyman.
At NatWest, our role goes beyond financing growth. We are trusted partners, supporting innovators to turn great new ideas into great new businesses.
What we found is that there's a gap in the market. We're not just making content, we're building our business to create films that have lasting impact.
We're championing mid-sized businesses to expand, export and create more jobs.
In the factory, we're continuing to create good, well-paid jobs and continuing to grow the business.
We're backing the regions those businesses call home by connecting businesses, policymakers and whole sectors.
We're one of 7 regional boards across the UK, and our job is to support the economy, our communities and our customers to succeed.
We're helping to connect every region through infrastructure to open up opportunities for all.
The airport is a catalyst for growth for the region, and NatWest supporting us as an airport and others enables us to create opportunities for people.
So that we can help families across the UK build a financially confident future.
The support of NatWest certainly made me feel more confident about the future and how I deal with money.
And this is just part of our long-term connected plan.
Right across the UK, we're growing together.
Robert, good morning. Well, we are the double act for growth. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. It's great for us to have the next 10 minutes or so just on the issue of delivering growth. I mean, something I've been thinking about, listening to the Chancellor, listening to Siobhan, listening to Sophie, has been how much of what we're talking about this morning is confidence, actually how you feel, and who wins the room, who wins the views around the audience here. And I thought there was an interesting moment or two when in the Chancellor's speech about actually how does business feel? And that phrase about turning ambition into action, and it got me thinking that growth now is the ultimate team sport. Government can't dictate it or demand it. Business has got to be the partner that helps deliver it. I mean, give us your opening perspectives on what we've heard and actually growth, I guess.
Yeah, so, you know, we've been thinking about growth for a long time at NatWest. Just over a year ago, we launched what we called our Growing Together plan, which was, I guess, our commitment that we understood as the biggest UK bank for business, that we not only had a role, but we had, you know, an obligation to help to drive growth across the UK. But I think you've then got to be quite specific about what it is you're actually going to do to deliver that growth, and some of the things Siobhan talked about earlier are good examples of that. So we came out with a relatively simple 5-point plan, which helps to guide the way that we engage with the regions around growing the economy. And that was around, you know, mid-market firms. You know, we set up the Mid-Market Growth Council just over a year ago to really provide a voice for that critically important part of the economy, which has a disproportionate impact on the ability to grow. And we felt that they needed a voice through bringing together like-minded people across government and industry to do that. Housing and infrastructure, you know, it's an obvious one. It's an area of significant investment. We're the largest UK bank for infrastructure, so we have a critical part to play in that. You know, around innovation and entrepreneurship, we might get onto that as we go through the discussion, but you know, it's a really important part of growth, and high growth, as it comes together.
But growing together is not just a balance sheet issue. It's not. There's something about the emotional side of business, about that confidence to go for it, to actually say, you know what, I have the confidence to actually build a business. The video, I thought, was telling those stories. And I mean, how do you encourage that growth environment with what you're doing? We were talking about your investment plans in the Northwest just off stage. I mean, how do you create that kind of Team UK effort, I guess?
So I think you create Team UK by having really strong, you know, regional teams on the ground. So I joined the teams we have up and down the UK. We have over 1,000 relationship managers, mostly in sector expertise, on the ground, there to go see customers, to understand not only, you know, how they're feeling about things, but how can we help support them? Because the businesses I meet want to grow. They want to build their business. They want to be successful. They want to hire more people. They want to export. They just need some help, and the best way to do it is to be there on the ground, helping them through financing, but also through other ways that we can help support that growth.
And if you were to sort of like, I mean, let's talk about innovation and entrepreneurship. I mean, the entrepreneurs you meet, what's the temperature in the room to sort of bring a kind of a seasonal aspect to it? I mean, how hot are they feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we've been at this for over 10 years in terms of having a real focus on startups and entrepreneurship. Last year we celebrated 10 years of having what we call our accelerator hubs, which are, again, local place-based areas where entrepreneurs can come. Not only we help provide support and expertise, but they meet each other and they talk to each other and they lean on each other and they help each other. And we create that, you know, environment for them to have the confidence to scale and grow their businesses, so that, you know, they can go from being startups right the way through to high growth companies. And more recently, you know, we've been really building that out, both in terms of the physical locations. So last year, we committed to opening hubs in 10 universities across the UK, very much linked into, you know, the discussions around how universities can be part of the start-ups, spin-ups, high growth. How do we create those unicorns, those billion-dollar companies that the US seems to be very good at producing? So I would say, as I go around the country, I was in Bristol last week. We've got a hub there. You know, there's loads of ideas. There's loads of entrepreneurs.
It's exciting, isn't it?
It's exciting.
Yeah.
And just on AI, I mean, what's changed over the past 12 months as you go and meet those entrepreneurs is probably about 50% of them now have some aspect of AI built into their proposition. So that's an incredible, powerful area to develop as well.
It strikes me, though, speaking with a business hat on, is that there is a tension between what many of us will say to government, we want stability, we want to know the rules, and actually disruption, which is an important part of the entrepreneurial journey to change things, that actually a big part of what business stands for is progress, right? Yeah. So in terms of that disruptive spirit, a lot of people will say when they look overseas, well, actually, the UK, it's a play it safe economy, isn't it? And actually, the reality is you can see anything but that in many, many examples. But when you go around the country meeting the businesses through the Growing Together initiative, what's the spirit? What's the passion, do you think, in terms of to make change happen?
Well, I think they can all see opportunity in front of them. And that's not to downplay the day-to-day challenges, or you could say the year-to-year challenges that businesses faced, you know, probably for 10 years now, that's been talked about earlier. But, you know, they see opportunities for growth, they see opportunities to develop their business model, to look overseas. I mean, one of the practical things we've done recently is partnering with the Chamber and partnering with the DBT to run a trade accelerator pilot to take companies to Singapore. You know, very, very targeted. How can we take these companies that have expertise in bioscience and take them and help them to export to Singapore? You know, what Siobhan talked about in terms of developing trade and growth, those are practical ways we can get business excited about where the future is.
And I guess that is the team sport we're talking about, because you've got to create those platforms. But I'm just interested in, I mean, you're meeting a lot of businesses which are, you know, part of the tapestry of the UK's growth story. If you were to look to bottle up the standouts for us in terms of the kind of, I suppose, the attitudes towards growth that they have, what excites you in terms of, I suppose, that innovation economy, and what we do well here in the UK?
Yeah. So, you know, the innovation economy piece, again, I think we recognised a couple of years ago that we had a gap in our portfolio and in the way that we could really help drive the innovation economy. So, you know, we've set up a specialist business around innovation economy, again, regionalised it. So we have innovation economy specialists out in every region that we operate in. And what they can do is to really help those ideas, you know, from helping them through the accelerator hub, but then taking them on a journey. Mm-hmm. And taking them on a journey quickly that they can really scale. You know, we can provide various banking services and debt, but also being able to then introduce equity partners into that, you know, and really helping to drive fast pace and that scale.
I think that acceleration point is really interesting. I mean, one of the things I was involved with during the coalition government was co-founded a campaign called Startup Britain, which was all about, I guess, creating the vibe for startups. We need to create the vibe for scale-ups, don't we, in terms of that journey from start to scale? How do we make sure we get more winners coming through in terms of the ability to turn a good idea into a fantastic business?
So I think it's, you know, part of the things I've talked about really is, you know, I don't think there's a shortage of capital out there to invest in great ideas and scale-up businesses in the UK. The role we and others need to play is to really make sure that we're providing that bridge, especially into the regional economies, as to getting that expertise, getting that capital, getting that ability to really scale and grow quickly. It feels like it's within touching distance,
right?
And that's the thing.
And that's the breakthrough moment.
That's the breakthrough.
But let's also look at the other side of the equation, because Siobhan used a really, really interesting phrase there. Something's not quite right. You know, that actually there is something about business conditions, and you've talked about the critical middle in terms of those entrepreneurs that graduate to the next size, in terms of the mid-sized businesses. They don't always grab the headlines, but they are often, and in fact maybe that is part of the problem. But in terms of how does that critical middle, that squeeze middle, not become a forgotten middle?
Well, we'd like to think, you know, partly through what we're trying to do, which is to bring people together to talk about how we can work with government, work with parts of industry, work with the bodies that are involved in business to give it more of a voice, to feed ideas in that can transform and create, policy and the opportunities for them to grow. And again, I see a lot of these companies up and down the UK. Many of them are family businesses, even though they're big businesses in their own right. And I think they would say that not all the conditions are always there to enable them to really drive forward in that way. So we can provide some of the answers. The ecosystem that we create can provide some of the answers, and government policy can also help to provide some of the answers.
Now, our time is rapidly going to be up, but I didn't want to finish before we talked about the kind of long-term growth piece, especially with the idea of the great British supply chain. Now, I have to be honest, when I first became chair of the Chambers, if you told me that I would be an absolutely fanatic about supply chains, I would have said that's not going to happen, but I am, because I see the relationship between actually how we create capacity in defence, in energy, in so many critical sectors, but it has to have that entrepreneurial energy, that innovation, something that you see often like in Austin in the States, where you see that relationship between defence and its entrepreneurs. How do we create that vibe here in the UK? What do you think we need from an infrastructure point of view?
So I think that vibe is starting. My colleague in the audience, Soren, who focuses on defence for us, some of the things we uncovered as we went through that journey in terms of understanding that clearly the world was becoming a different place, but also the defence spend and the investment and the entrepreneurship was going to build, was just understanding that total supply chain. Because there are some, but not a huge number of defence-only companies, but there's an enormous amount of companies that are involved in the supply chain as it relates to defence. So massive growth opportunity, amazing innovation. Some of the most innovative ideas we see are ones coming through on the defence side. So we are starting to make those linkages, again, back into the government in terms of procurement and supply chain and paying bills on time and things like that. All of those things will help to drive that. But that's just one example. Defence is one example of a potential.
And a very important one. Robert, thank you very much. Our time is against us, but it's been brilliant to get your thoughts on how we deliver growth. And ladies and gentlemen, to take the words of the song, this is how we do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Michael. Another really, really illuminating session from the stage here as well. So I should say we are heading towards a coffee break. That is 10:20, so that should be another opportunity to network with other delegates as well, make those vital new connections, talk about what we've been listening to this morning as well. But before that, we have a chance to hear from the BCC's president, Andy Haldane. So Andy worked at the Bank of England for 32 years. He rose to become chief economist, then to become chief executive of the Royal Society for Arts. He joined the BCC in February and has already spent time travelling the country, visiting chambers and some of the amazing businesses as well as part of the network. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage the president of the British Chambers of Commerce, Andy Haldane.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Sophie, for that kind of introduction. Lovely to see all the BCC family and friends in one room. Apparently, there is a new Andy in town. I am not he. This is old Andy. And there's lots to talk about today on delivering growth. A couple of weeks ago, I published a paper with David Barrier from the BCC about delivering growth from ambition into action. A long list of stuff that could be done. Today, with you, I want to talk about one aspect of that, just one aspect, which is how we give the giddy up to Britain's incredible pipeline of innovative businesses. And let me start by metaphor. So imagine you owned a farm, right? This is not a tee-up to a farmer's tax joke, by the way. Imagine you, and not any old farm, the most fertile farm on the planet. And yet, the bountiful harvest never came. Why? Because the seed corn, the rich seed corn, failed due to lack of water, or was picked off by scavenger birds from afar. Despite the fact that adjoining this fertile field was a deep reservoir of water, more than enough to irrigate the farm. But whereas once half of the water did irrigate the farm, now it had slowed to a trickle. And without that effective irrigation, what do we find? The harvest collapsed, the farm's debts and deficits mounted. Why am I telling you this? Well, you might recognise the farm. It's not Clarkson's, it's ours. It is the UK economy. Its lack of growth success, despite our seed corn of brilliant businesses, is a subject of my opening remarks. And reversing this tragedy, because that is what it is the subject of today's conference. You'll hear a lot today from leaders, both political and business, about what's gone wrong in the past, what might be done better in the future to get growth going. I want to leave this audience, however, in absolutely no doubt about three very basic but also rather fundamental aspects of the UK's growth prospects. First up, the UK, as you all know, has a huge natural advantage when it comes to its pipeline of innovative, high-growth businesses, many of them the envy of the world, and most of whose potential remains largely unfulfilled. Second point, the UK also has an enviable position when it comes to its deep reservoir of patient capital, primed for jet-propelling just those businesses. This, too, however, is at present largely untapped. And third, I want to suggest how we unlock more of that potential, both in British business and in brilliant British capital. Two of our greatest assets. Fuse the two together to unlock growth. I'm calling this speech Field of Dreams. Remember the Kevin Costner film? Remember that? Because unleashing British business and with it growth ought to be far from a dream. It should be a reality, but it will require a reconfiguration, a rebuilding of our ecosystem. If we do rebuild that ecosystem, then growth will come, and here is how. Now, the UK has rightly long been lauded as an innovation nation, the home of the first industrial revolution, and inventors and inventions ranging from Watt to Whittle, Fleming to Turing, Logie Baird to Berners-Lee. Yet the question too often asked these days is whether we've lost that innovative edge, that entrepreneurial spark, and my answer to that is an absolutely resounding no. We heard from Rachel about we are still the home of 4 of the world's top 10 universities. We still rank in the top 5 when it comes to global innovation indices, and the top 3 when it comes to both startups and unicorns. But what matters ultimately, as you all know, is the commercialization of that innovation, the journey from startup to scale-up, translational as well as primary research. That scale-up has historically always been the engine of growth, of innovation, and of productivity. And the facts could not speak more clearly. The 5 largest companies in the world today were venture capital startups, which didn't even exist 50 years ago. The contrast with the UK could not be more salutary. Let me give you a fact on that. The 10 largest UK companies are over 100 years older than the 10 largest US companies. A diagnostic on our failure to scale up, a diagnostic on our lack of business dynamism. And yet the irony is this: the UK's pipeline of growing scale-ups, if you like the pre-unicorns, could not be stronger. To extend, indeed torture, my equine metaphor, what Sol Klein calls the cults and thoroughbreds, those rapidly growing VC-backed, productivity-hungry businesses. There are about 1,500 of those across the UK, which would place us third in the global league table after the US and China by absolute number. On a per capita basis, that would make the UK one of, if not the most innovative nation on the planet. Now you might think, I bet they're all clustered in the Golden Triangle. Who's thinking that? No one's nodding. You are, sir. You're wrong, sir. They're not. The good news is they're spread the length and breadth of the UK, all four corners. There are more cults and thoroughbreds in Leeds than in Cambridge, more in Manchester, not the first time you leave Manchester in the next few weeks, than in Oxford. By growing them, we fire growth in all four corners of the UK, which of course we sorely need. You might argue, you might think those innovative businesses were concentrated in certain superstar sectors. You'd be wrong again. They are not. They are widely spread across all sectors, from advanced materials to clean energy, from photonics to genomics, from neurotech to fintech. And yet, given that incredible endowment, how come growth is so weak? How come productivity is so anemic? What is going wrong? Well, what is going wrong is obvious. Too many of those potential scale-ups are being starved of sunlight and of water. A lack of access to scale-up finance, or many have been lost to overseas investors. It's not a new problem. The UK has had that scale-up problem for at least a century, what's sometimes called the Death Valley for businesses scaling up. But the costs of not irrigating Death Valley now have never been larger. With growth so weak and with that incredibly plentiful pipeline of brilliant British businesses sitting as we do on the cusp of what will be the fourth industrial revolution. Will Hutton, the Purposeful Company, has identified around 1,700 high-growth British scale-ups that have been lost just over the past 15 years. The loss of value to UK PLC, Will estimates at £1 trillion. That's not a loss, not an opportunity cost we can afford to tolerate over the next 15 years. It's not confined to private startups and scale-ups. It's being felt too by established, publicly quoted British businesses. The UK has lost over 100 listed companies with a market cap in excess of £100 million since 2024. It's lost many just over the course of this year. 20 large listed companies, 4 from the FTSE 100, almost double the levels of last year. Of course, the UK should remain open to FDI, but we simply cannot afford to allow the continuation of overseas stripping of our greatest growth asset, innovative businesses, on this scale. Doing so is tantamount to willingly sacrificing growth and jobs and productivity of tomorrow. Competing in the world means winning your winners, and at present too many UK prospective winners are being lost. Which begs the question, if the key to germinating and growing this seed corn, incredible seed corn of innovative business, is lack of access to money, where is that money to come from? And here's an irony, another irony. The world's awash with cash. There's loads of it in the private sector, perhaps £500 trillion of money swilling around the planet seeking a home. That's among the reasons why stock markets are currently at their all-time highs. Less well appreciated is the UK's pool of patient capital is also incredibly wide and deep. UK households hold financial assets of around 9 trillion, count the zeros, pounds. More than enough to finance business Britain. But right now, only a tiny sliver of that 9 trillion pounds is being recycled into supporting British business. I would suggest less than 5% of those monies are going to that source. So where is then the money that we can mobilise to nourish British business? Well, the second largest pool of capital sits in our bank accounts. More than £2 trillion sits in bank accounts. Is that money being recycled to British business? Well, very largely, it is not. Let me give you just one fact that speaks to that. And that fact is that since the global financial crisis, almost 20 years ago, there has not been a single penny, not one penny, of net new lending to UK SMEs by UK banks. Now, bank debt's not the right answer for every entity, but it is a loss for some, and a loss not just for businesses, but for savers as well. On average, those bank deposits are yielding for savers a negative inflation-adjusted rate of return. And we go from bank deposits to pensions. The picture is much the same. Start of the century, UK pension funds assets were held roughly 50-50 in UK equities and other stuff, right? British businesses. Today, that fraction is less than 5%. A divestment from UK businesses in financial terms of more than £2.5 trillion, roughly the market cap of every UK headquartered listed company. The reasons for that are well known. There has been a flight to safety into government bonds of various types, and there's been an accompanying flight to passivity, to put money into global index tracking funds, of which the UK PLC is but a slither. We see those self-same patterns when it comes to ISA investments as well. Add all that up, and you get to that slug of household assets. Only around 5% or less is making its way into nourishing British businesses. Most is going into funding of overseas companies and overseas governments. That wasn't the case in the past, and it's not the case either in other countries, in Canada, in Australia, across Europe, in Japan. Their pension funds invest between 20 and 40% in their own companies. Multiples of their global market share, what's sometimes called a home bias. The UK's pension fund system, big and mature, is the only pension system in the world, on the planet, that does not have such a home bias towards British businesses. It's the ultimate irony that Canadian, Dutch, Australian pension funds invest more in British companies than do British pension funds. So here then is a truly extraordinary situation, is it not? An incredibly rich pipeline of brilliant businesses, new and established, ripe for liftoff, ripe for growth. A huge accompanying pile of British capital failing to invest in those self-same businesses, despite the fact they would offer savers far larger returns. Surely, those twin assets can be brought together, right? Fused together to fuel UK businesses and therefore UK growth, and latterly we have been waking up to that potential. Here is a largely fiscal-free way of giving growth a genuine giddy up. What has happened? Well, there have been significant moves forward. Successive governments have set up, for example, the British Business Bank or the National Wealth Fund, investing in British companies. That is good, but is still on a modest scale. We've seen latterly some reforms to our pension fund system, the Mansion House Accord, and this year the Pension Schemes Act. All good stuff, pooling pension funds, focusing on returns as well as costs, investing British, but the quantitative impact will still be modest in the near term. We've made reforms to capital markets, which directionally make sense, but will not change the dial. And fourthly, just recently, we've seen efforts by government to encourage retail investment into British businesses. We've seen, I'm sure you'll have seen, the launch of Savvy the Squirrel. You come across Savvy? The squirrel's like Sid, but sort of smaller and furrier. And I fear Savvy will find rekindling UK retail investment just too tough a nut to crack, even for a squirrel. These are all well-intentioned and directionally sensible, but are they of the speed and scale to move the dial on UK growth? A rhetorical question to which the answer is plainly no. Which begs the question, what might be done? Andy, I hear absolutely no one asking. Unfettered free markets have not worked. That's a lesson of the last 30 years. I am again, as are most, government mandation of pension fund allocation into UK assets. Is there a third way, something that shifts the balance of incentives towards British businesses while leaving those choices in the hands of asset managers and their owners? Well, as luck would have it, we do. We have a ready-made means of shifting incentives. It's called our taxation system, the perfect vehicle for shifting incentives. This government and its predecessors startlingly extends over £50 billion in pension tax relief and more than £10 billion in tax relief for ISAs. That means as a country, we spend more in tax relief on savings than we do on defence. Yet these benefits are conferred without any accompanying commitment to support British businesses or therefore UK growth. Most are implicitly supporting US corporations and indeed foreign governments. That means those tax reliefs are delivering a spectacularly low return on investment for the UK government. Shifting those incentives towards UK companies would deliver a far larger return, while keeping decisions on those investments in the hands of managers. This is not some mad, radical departure from the past. Cast your mind back, for those that are old enough, to 1997. The UK's dividend tax credit regime favoured pension fund investment in UK companies at that time. The predecessor to ISAs, which some of you might remember, were called PEPs, personal equity plans. They too had an explicit bias towards financing of UK companies. This is not about constraining choices. This is about correcting that home bias in how that huge pot of money is currently allocated. What's more, as best we can tell, no one would be more supportive of such a shift than those whose money it is. In other words, you and me. Households. Surveys of them suggest that more than 70% of British investors say they would prefer to invest their pensions in UK companies. Most think we're already doing it, not realising the shift that has already gone on. Indeed, it's a strong case, I would say, given those preferences of households, for the default option under pensions auto-enrolment being into UK companies. If the government wishes to act at speed and scale, and it surely needs to do both of those things, taking full advantage of the UK's brilliant seed corn of businesses before they perish on the vine or are plucked off by overseas foreign raiders, will require this level of boldness of thinking in shifting, among other things, our taxation system. It's coffee time. Let me conclude. You all know, you have heard today already, that business, of course, is the engine of growth. What else could it be? But if the UK cannot win its business winners, its growth malaise of the past 20 years is set to continue. No one, but no one, wants that. So my message to you as leaders in the room, indeed the leaders beyond this room, some of whom we'll hear from later today, is a very, very simple one. Fortunately in the UK, we have, hiding in plain sight, not one, but two gift horses, both true thoroughbreds, British business and British capital. Let's not, as leaders, continue to look these two gift horses in the mouth. Do not bet the farm. Do not sell the farm. Do not tax the farm. Irrigate the field of dreams, and growth will come. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Enjoy your day.
Thank you so much for such a thoughtful speech. If only there was a new government coming in that could do with some new ideas, right? But thank you so much, Andy. A lot of food for thought going ahead into our very first networking break. So a chance to connect with some other delegates, grab a coffee. While you're away, remember to check out the conference app. You can find more details of everything happening today and sign up to one of the breakup sessions if you haven't already done so. So at 1:30, you can choose from sessions on AI, trade and supply chains. And at 2:25, there are sessions on skills, infrastructure, investment and the 2030 Prosperity Alliance with some great speakers, I should say, on all of them as well. Chambers, SMEs, larger businesses, policymakers too. Enjoy your break. Join us again at 11, where we'll be talking to the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride. Thank you.
Please take your seats as we're about to commence. Please take your seats as we're about to commence. Thank you.
So the businesses and members that we represent, they really want to contribute to the civic community that they represent and they serve.
You know, we're really proud in Coventry Warwick, so we're not just here to make rich businesses richer, we want them to create good quality jobs for the community around them.
To know what government resources are there is very difficult. Of course, sometimes it's the language, but there's so many opportunities.
So I think one of the challenges in our region is about skills, so the big push for us is skills on the local skills improvement programme.
At the moment, I think businesses want to see stability, and sometimes that means not imposing any more regulations.
And what we've been hearing, having worked with lots of businesses and chambers, is that AI is really helping them deliver their business goals.
Over the years, we've delivered lots of funded programmes, but at the moment we're busy commercialising that because there is quite a hiatus, and it does seem like a great opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage your host, Sophie Ridge.
Welcome back. Hope you're suitably refreshed, had a chance to make a few new connections and enjoy the break. We have got lots coming up here on the main stage between now and 12:30. We're rattling through an awful lot, so still to come. We're going to be hearing from the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey. We're going to be discussing the potential of young people to deliver growth with the King's Trust, and I'll also be joined by the host of well-known international firms to discuss the current challenges, but also the opportunities for businesses as well. But first, it is time to hear from the Conservatives. Sir Mel Stride was first elected as MP for Central Devon in 2010. He served as the chair of the powerful Treasury Select Committee before entering government as Work and Pension Secretary. Please welcome to the stage the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride.
Well, thank you very much, Sophie, and good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today in what is proving to be, I think, a fairly interesting time in British politics. We're in the middle of a huge political upheaval, and of course, with upheaval comes uncertainty, not least for businesses, with many of you being concerned about a new Prime Minister with an unknown economic agenda, speculation about possible further tax rises, and the prospect of the government moving the goalposts yet again. So I know this will be a time where many of you will naturally be worried about the future, about uncertainty. So let me say something right up front about the current political situation. That it would be a disaster, not just for business, but for our wider economy, if we were to see a repeat of the uncertainty and speculation which we saw last year around the Chancellor's budget. You'll recall the flying of every possible conceivable mooted increase in taxation at that time. And Andy Haldane memorably called that the fiscal fandango and said that it undoubtedly had a chilling effect on the economy, something that was also backed up by the Office for Budget Responsibility. And the risk now, ladies and gentlemen, is that with a new government coming in, most likely led by Andy Burnham, is that we may see a sequel to that. We've heard nothing of note from Andy Burnham about his economic plans. He's talked about various potential new spending commitments without saying much about how he would pay for them. And he's shown no sign, so far at least, of any willingness to grasp the nettle on restraining spending in areas like our ballooning welfare bill. And of course, we still do not know who he will appoint as his Chancellor. So inevitably, there is uncertainty and speculation about the potential for more tax increases. If Andy Burnham does not rule out coming back for yet more tax rises on business, there is a clear risk that investment and hiring decisions are put on hold once again as the budget approaches later this year. British business is still reeling from the bombardment of tax rises and regulations this government have unleashed since they came into office. And on top of that, they have had to weather a number of other storms. The impacts of the Iranian conflict, US tariffs last year, and all of that coming along after the energy crisis caused by the Ukraine war and, of course, the pandemic before that. Every time businesses try to get up on their feet, it seems that something comes along to knock them back again. There is already more than enough uncertainty in the world today, and the government should not be adding to it. Andy Burnham needs to understand that even though he may not be Prime Minister yet, he is already having an impact on our economy. We saw that when our gilt yields rose sharply on his announcement that he'd be running for Parliament. The positive lever he has at his fingertips right now is to provide certainty. So I am urging him today, on this platform, to give us a straight answer, to rule out more tax rises on business. Now, this government have failed in no small part because they simply do not understand how business works. Any new Prime Minister has to show that he gets that and that he will not repeat the same mistakes. If Andy Burnham chooses not to do that, he is seriously thinking about doing more of the same, of taxing and regulating businesses and thinking that will solve our problems, then he will ultimately suffer the same fate as Keir Starmer. Government needs to start treating business as a solution to the problems we face, not as part of those problems. Because the only way we are going to dig ourselves out of our current economic hole is through the investment, the innovation, the ingenuity and the dynamism of British business. What we as Conservatives know is that growth will not come from more government, more regulation, more tax rises, more subsidies, spending or nationalisation. We have already had enough of that. Growth will only come, ultimately, from the private sector. And that is why organisations like the British Chambers of Commerce are so important. And why it is so vital that leaders like Andy Haldane, who I've known for many years and respect immensely, are lending their voices to the cause of British business. Now, I know it's easy for politicians to talk about the importance of business. And that too often, when they do, it is difficult to discern the world in which that talk is anchored. So I want to make it clear that I come to the role of Shadow Chancellor with a background in business. Not long after leaving university, I set up my own business. That was in the mid-1980s. And over the following decades, I built companies from scratch, from the bottom up, from here, both here and in the United States. I decided to take a different path from many of my peers. I was determined to build something myself. And I remember what that was like. It was exciting and fulfilling, but it came with huge challenges as well. The sleepless nights, the tough decisions, the constant paperwork, the burden of responsibility, knowing other people's jobs hang on your choices and the risks you take. And that feeling that is too often present of the relentless desire of the state to present every possible hurdle to success. So when I talk about understanding what it's like to run a business, that is something that I have lived. Business is where I come from. It is in my being. It factors into virtually everything that I do as Shadow Chancellor. And the fact that this Labour government does not have people with that outlook is, I think, the root of many of the mistakes that have been made. One of the first things Rachel Reeves did as Chancellor was to impose a £25 billion jobs tax on employers, the single biggest tax-raising measure we have ever seen in modern times. We've been crippling business rates, especially for our high streets. An inheritance tax rate on family businesses has left many worried that they will have to sell or break up their companies. A mountain of new employment regulation that has made hiring riskier and more expensive. And a dogmatic net zero agenda has left us with the highest industrial energy costs in the world, while the government also rules out benefiting from our own natural resources in the North Sea. if the people at the top of the Labour Party had any understanding whatsoever of how business works and how to actually deliver jobs and growth in our country, they would not have made these mistakes. The result of all of this has been nothing short of an economic tragedy. Because this is not just about statistics or what happens behind the closed doors of the boardroom. You see, what matters for business ultimately matters for ordinary working people. That is the fundamental problem with the approach many on the left take. They see business and workers as being inherently opposed to each other. They think that for workers' lives to improve, businesses must be reined in and regulated, a zero-sum game. We Conservatives know that that is a false dichotomy. They are interdependent. And in that sense, the outcome of Labour's policies has been entirely predictable. Unemployment up by around 300,000. 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. Youth unemployment skyrocketing. That's what happens when you introduce a jobs tax which hits youth jobs the hardest. It's what happens when you introduce employment laws which make it harder for employers to give a new worker a chance to prove themselves when they don't yet have a track record. And it's what happens when you raise business rates the most for sectors like hospitality and retail, which tend to employ young people. We're at risk of ending up with a lost generation of young workers. When I was Work and Pensions Secretary just a few years ago, the main problem we were facing in the labour market was inactivity, people dropping out of the labour market and not even looking for work. We had vast numbers of vacancies. Firms were crying out for staff. We needed to get people into jobs. Unemployment was near historic lows. But now unemployment is back. Firms are shedding jobs or putting hiring on hold. The BCC's own forecasts show unemployment is set to continue to rise, 5.2% by the end of this year, the highest level since the pandemic. It's quite clear that what we are doing right now is not working. We need a different approach. And that is why Kemi and I are determined to fight against declinism. We do not accept that this country is doomed to stagnation, but we do need to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. So our plan for a stronger economy is about identifying what has been going wrong and taking radical action to fix it. And the measures we have set out so far are just the start of that. Take young people, for example. We need to create opportunities for them. We need to give them hope. So we have said that we will get rid of the job-destroying regulations that Labour have introduced through their Employment Rights Act. We will reform higher education so that we end the scandal of 30% of those going to university being worse off than if they had not gone at all. We will invest instead in apprenticeships, guaranteeing that employers will have the funding they need to take on British youngsters as apprentices and offering an incentive for firms who do so. We will abolish business rates altogether for thousands of high street firms, many of which offer young workers their first job. We will abolish stamp duty on homes to get our housing market moving and help young people onto the property ladder. And we will reward those who go out and get a job with a first job bonus, a £5,000 tax cut, to give them a head start when they first enter the world of work. Those policies are a firm statement of where we stand as a party, committed to the importance of hard work and aspiration of creating jobs and opportunities and recognising the vital role which business plays in achieving those aims. We need to champion the risk takers, the entrepreneurs, the employers, the wealth creators, the makers. That is what we in the Conservative Party will do. Thank you.
Yes, grab some water.
It is hot. It is, if nothing else, it's hot in this place.
It is, but better than outside, is what I keep telling myself, right? So much to unpack in your speech. You were very clear that you are calling on Andy Burnham to rule out any tax rises on business. So I'm just going to ask you, what specific taxes are you talking about? And does that mean that you are also pledging not to put them
Well, it's not. Look, I think the premise of all this is that business is overburdened, right? And that comes in the form of taxation, whether it's national insurance or business rates increases and so on. In terms of regulation, the Employment Rights Act is a real problem in terms of increasing the risk of employing people, particularly those who don't have a track record and therefore by definition are likely to be young people where we've got a particular employment problem. So the call is for him not to add to where we are at the moment with additional burdens. Now, we don't know precisely what he may be thinking about. We've heard about perhaps moves to increase capital gains tax. Now, if you increase capital gains tax, the result of that will be people will probably delay actually disposing of some assets. So there's a sort of economic asset allocation problem that then gets surfaced as a consequence of that. Who knows if he breaks the manifesto commitments that Labour went into the last election with, you know, will he look at national insurance for employers or employees again, as they already have done under Rachel? We just don't know. But the point that we're making is that one of the biggest problems that we're likely to face over the coming months is constant speculation around what he may do, including on the tax front. And I think he can clear up that speculation by making a clear statement now that he will not place additional tax burdens on business.
You spent a lot of the speech talking about Labour's decision to put up employer national insurance, something everyone in this room is going to be aware of. Of course, you called it a jobs tax.
Yeah.
So just to be crystal clear, you'd reverse that if you were in power?
So we'd have to see where we are with the public finances at that in 3 years' time. We would have to take decisions based on the fiscal circumstances at that point. But nonetheless, the point that I'm making in the speech is that where we look at getting taxes down, we need to lean into those areas which are about growth, job creation, wealth creation. The national insurance hike was deeply damaging for several reasons. One was it weighed down on employment, it weighed down on real wages, it lent down on profitability and therefore investment going forward, so businesses invest less. And critically, some of those tax increases were passed through by way of higher inflation, which is part of the sticky and high inflationary problem we have in our country, which is also a very anti-growth environment.
So if it's so bad, why don't you say you'll reverse it?
Because, as I've explained, when we write our manifesto in 3 years' time, we will have to take into account the fiscal situation then and take those kind of decisions at that time. But the general direction of travel, where we have, for example, already made firm commitments, say on stamp duty, there is an economic rationale as to why we've done that. It's not a gimmick. It's not just saying to the electorate, oh, well, look, we're going to slash this, that, and the other for you without a clear plan behind it. We have said on stamp duty that it is a tax which, for example, stops people moving from one place to another to where the work is, so it has a direct economic impact as a tax, as a transaction-based tax.
You also said that you would abolish business rates for shops and pubs. That's part of the commitment. Why just those two? Why not other businesses as well? Music venues, hotels? So, there's a lot of businesses in the room that might be thinking, we're struggling too.
This, though, Sophie, comes to the point of fiscal responsibility, okay? As a Chancellor of the future, potentially, my first job is to do things that are fiscally responsible. And that means not going out and just making announcements of how we're going to slash this tax, that tax, and the other, but to come up with a clearly funded plan for those changes. Now, at my last party conference, I announced about £50 billion worth of savings, including £23 billion from the welfare bill, getting people off benefits and into work. We have a golden rule which says that at least half of any savings have to go into paying down the deficit and therefore the debt, because we're over indebted as a country. And we're the only party that have a plan for doing that. The others will talk about it, but they're not actually coming forward with the plan to do it. And therefore it would be irresponsible for me to simply be out there saying, of course we'll abolish this, that and the other. There are parties, if you want those kind of parties, populist parties out there that will do exactly that, okay? But we are not that party. We are the responsible party.
It's making me think a little bit, I guess, of the kind of Liz Truss mini-budget as well, with the kind of tax cuts that were promised then. You said never again at that time. So I guess what actually binds a future Conservative government to that? You know, will you commit here to, like, never bypassing the OBR, for example?
So, look, I'm a strong defender of the OBR. That's not the same thing as saying I don't think there are reforms that one could make in that space, but I think the fact that you have an independent body that assesses and marks the Chancellor's homework and assesses that critical question as to whether fiscal targets are going to be met or not is really, really important. And I think part of its importance is that independence feeds through to lower borrowing costs because the markets have greater confidence in the assessments that are being made. And I think it would be completely wrong, for example, for the Treasury to start stepping into that space and marking its own homework.
I feel like it's worth asking the kind of big picture question, because there are some who argue that, you know, fiscal discipline is what underpins growth, right? We're talking about the headline of our conference today. Others say that actually it's that is constraining growth, that is constraining investment.
We are at the limits of what the bond markets are going to tolerate. We have the highest 10-year gilt yields in the G7, in the wider, even in the wider OECD. You look at countries like Greece, you know, have lower borrowing costs than we do. We know that when Josh Simons stepped aside to give a clear run for Andy Burnham to come back in and possibly become Prime Minister, the bond markets reacted to that immediately. There was an 18 basis point increase in our borrowing costs. Now, why does that matter? Well, firstly, you don't want to get in a position where there's a bond market crisis. That would be deeply, deeply damaging to our economy. But secondly, the cost of servicing our debt at the moment is running at about £110 billion a year. That's twice what we spend on defence. So we are right up against the limits in terms of credibility with the bond markets at the moment. And that is why you wouldn't and shouldn't be out there saying, we're suddenly going to borrow more. I mean, I don't know if anybody in the audience knows, but compared to our plans, now, how much is this government going to borrow extra compared to our plans over this Parliament? £250 billion. And we're already paying very, very high returns on that from the bond market. So we cannot lean into further debt. And if Andy Burnham chooses to do that, I think there will be a big problem.
Can I ask your reaction to what Rachel Reeves said here, where she was saying within the fiscal rules there is scope to borrow more for investment, for example, and defence spending would fall under that. What's your take on that?
Well, look, however you dress it up, I mean, you could go out there and say we're going to have war bonds and there are going to be particular tax incentives around that, perhaps in the inheritance tax regime or whatever it may be, to encourage people to invest in those and borrow. The reality is that if the government goes out and borrows more, that is adding to the debt. And what Rachel did actually was, during the run-up to the general election, she said she would stick with our fiscal rules, and they had a particular definition of debt called PSND, to get technical, and she switched it to something called PSNUFFLE, which allowed her to borrow a lot more money. And that's why we got £250 billion more in borrowing. So when you do that, you stress out the bond markets, you end up paying more on your debt. You go and spend lots more money, which this government has done, which is why we've got elevated inflation. We had the highest inflation in the G7 last year. That is a problem because it's an upward pressure on interest rates, which is a problem for businesses who are borrowing and people on their mortgage costs and so on. And if you add all those things up, that's why we've had a government that's lurched from one fiscal event to the next, having lost all of its fiscal headroom and more, and having to rebuild it, running out of the capacity to borrow more, and therefore turning to you folks in this room for even more tax. But the problem with going down the even more tax route is we've got a historically high tax burden already, and the IMF and OBR and others have made it very clear that we are at that point where continuing to ratchet up tax is going to bear down on economic growth, and what we need more than anything else is growth. So what's the answer? The answer is get on top of public spending, get on top of the welfare bill, and then lean into doing things, as I set out in my speech, that are about pushing in the direction of growth, getting taxes down on businesses, for example.
I've got to ask about the current political turmoil. Do you want to see a general election?
Well, look, it'll be in the gift of the new Prime Minister as to whether that happens or not. We will be ready for a general election whenever it occurs.
Do you want to see a general election?
I want to see stability. I want to see a government that comes in and has a very clear plan for the economy, and I don't want to see things that are about instability. But we're not at a point where anybody, I think, is seriously talking about that. So,
is that a no, that you prefer not to see one?
No, no. That is very clearly saying that you know, it is up to our future prime ministers whether generally. No, it's very easy to run around and keep just sort of saying, oh, we need an election, everybody needs to resign, so and so needs to go, you know, and all the rest of it. What the country needs at the moment is less speculation on general elections and more of a clear plan from an incoming new regime that they understand business, they're going to take the right kind of decisions to start getting the economy moving, rather than sliding further leftward into more borrowing, higher taxes, and all the things that are going to make the problem worse.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to see you.
fascinating. So we've heard so far from the government, we've also heard from the opposition and, of course, the BCC, all with very different views on how we can deliver growth. And I think we're going to be hearing a few more varied views as well, because at midday we'll be hearing from the Lib Dem leader Ed Davey, and this afternoon we'll be hearing from Reform UK's Robert Jenrick and the Green Party leader Zach Polanski. So a great opportunity to hear from politicians of all colours about their offer to business. So for the next half hour or so, we are going to be joined by 4 major businesses: DP World, Heathrow, SSE and Tata Consultancy Services, where we can discuss with them the challenges they're facing, how they're going to be delivering growth, and what they would like to see, crucially, from policymakers to try and grow the economy more. And throughout the discussions as well, we're going to try and keep SMEs and supply chains front and centre of the conversation. So joining me now are Stephen Whittingham, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Freight Forwarding in Europe at DP World, Nigel Milton, the Chief Communications and Sustainability Officer at Heathrow, Nikki Flanders, Managing Director of Energy Customer Solutions at SSE, Sheetal Rajani, the HR Director at Tata Consultancy Services in the UK and Ireland. So please join me in giving them a very warm welcome to the stage.
Do you want to sit?
Go for it. That's perfect for me. I've got less time to walk, so it's all good. Great. So excited to have you guys here with us. We can kind of talk to the grown-ups now, which is always exciting. So I guess the kind of first question to you guys is, what is business like for you right now? What are the challenges, but also the opportunities? Do you want to give?
Yes, I'll start. So, hi everybody, Nigel Milton from Heathrow Airport. So, I think, Sophie, at the moment, the one-word answer is interesting. That's how things are. I think that, in terms of from the airport's point of view, we've never been busier, and we've never been running more smoothly. But not just the weather, but the politics is creating a level of uncertainty and instability that is difficult to cope for. The one thing, and we hear this consistently in the speeches from the business side so far this morning to the politicians, is the one thing we really need is some stability and consistency, so we can crack on. And if you look at the example of Heathrow expansion, we've just last week a really significant milestone in the policy being taken forward. Now, what happens next? And I think that, for our shareholders and our investors who want to invest £33 billion worth of private money into the UK to deliver growth, we as a country, we really need that. So I think the request is let's keep going with these projects that will deliver growth.
You can see a lot of nodding around the panel here. Stability, I mean, it doesn't feel that stable at the minute, does it? Nikki, what are your own thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Obviously, we need stability. We need to make sure that the policies are clear and that they actually deliver what they say. I mean, for us, we're very much focused on the clean energy transition. And, everybody would want lower bills and energy security. So we're really pointing into that. I mean, we've got a private investment of £33 billion over the next 5 years. And I think, the push is that we continually focus on the growth opportunity that we can derive as UK PLC from the clean energy system. So, the economic growth from last year's slice of that 33 billion, which we spent 4 billion last year, delivered a further 10 billion of economic growth, 83,000 jobs. And so I think, my real push is that we talk about the economic value of our policies and the economic value of what we're driving as private enterprises for the good of UK PLC.
Yeah, I mean, 83,000 jobs, but it kind of it talks for itself, doesn't it? Stephen, what would you add on the kind of challenges and opportunities?
Thank you, Sophie. Our business is supply chain. That's what we do, whether it be ports, whether it be warehousing, surface, air, ocean transportation. And I think we're often kind of the barometer of what is impacting consumers, what is impacting country economies. Our business is growing. I mean, we continue to invest in the UK. It's a pivotal market for us globally, but within Europe, we've invested over £1 billion in port infrastructure at London Gateway. We've got £60 million we just spent at Southampton. So we continue to grow. I think that, supply chains are never linear. There are always geopolitical or economic factors that impact those. And I think, we're seeing a fair amount of that globally at the moment, both, and within Europe. But certainly, we're bullish about the UK, about the market. But yes, I think both of my peer panelists would like to see some clarity around, policy as we progress.
Yeah, we're kind of like just in the waiting game slightly, aren't we? Let's see what the next kind of few weeks and months are going to have in store. Sheeta, what would you say about the kind of challenges and the opportunities?
We talked about stability, and in tech companies, you know how dynamic it has been, right? The narrative does not change for months and days. Every minute the narrative keeps changing, right? Especially with respect to AI. So I think it's a very, very dynamic time. Not that we've not seen this time before. We have been through various transitions across the technology landscape. But here, the pace at which the entire things are evolving and changing, I think that becomes very, very unique. But what we do in TCS, we find that it's an opportunity for us, right, to partner with our customer organizations to ensure that, we partner with them in terms of this entire transformation in the digital landscape. So that we see a great opportunity from that front. So what we are also seeing is, from a supply chain perspective, it's beyond physical components, right? It is about human talent and skills availability, and that becomes very, very critical for us. So we are wearing the human-centered digital growth, as the pivotal point for us in terms of, having and building the supply chain resilience which we have. At TCS UK, we have 22,000 associates, so we've been really invested in terms of ensuring that, the self-sufficiency starts at home in the organization. All of our 22,000 associates have been AI-trained, AI-fluent, and 50% of them are AI and digital skills practitioners in terms of higher order competencies. So the investments start beginning at home, but what we're looking at is also how do we ensure that the talent supply chain, working with academic institutions, partners, are ready for this wave of talent. So the problem is not with the technology. The problem is how we build human capability at the pace with which the technology is moving. I think that's the unique opportunity we see.
That's really interesting. The kind of the speed of it, like you say, is kind of the opportunity and the challenge at the same time. Absolutely. Almost. Look, you all speak with policymakers regularly. We talk about stability, and my goodness, so you have to look at Westminster to realise how challenging that's been. My question to you, I wonder, Nikki, if you want to take this one first, is do you think policymakers understand business?
I mean, there's been a lot of progressive policies put in over the last years that have really unlocked opportunities. There's definitely an opportunity for us to learn from others, and I would use the example, just picking up the point there with regards to tech. So if we look across the water to Ireland, where Ireland had such a rapid increase of AI penetration, so an exponential increase, and the energy system was not able to cope with the speed of increase. We've got the opportunity now in the UK, by taking some choices that aren't easy, but there are choices to be had before our boom really happens, to ensure it does happen. Because if we cannot provide the connections in terms of the right speed to power, if we don't have the right policies, then big tech will look elsewhere, because it has got to be about speed to power. So I think, yes, there's lots of examples of real positive policy, but equally there's the opportunity for learning.
And what kind of things specifically you're talking about when it comes to being ready for the sort of tech revolution?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's, I don't know if people are aware, but there's a huge review going on in terms of connections. This is connecting through to the energy grid. And that's really favourable, but we need to speed up, and we need to think about problems differently. So how we thought about problems yesterday isn't the same way we need to think about them today or tomorrow. So where there's, industry sort of sectors are working very hard with the NISA around how we really get to grips with that connection grid. And then there's also how we look at it from a regional perspective and having those really clear regional growth plans. And again, there's very specific opportunities there. And we need to take communities with us, and we need to take small businesses with us. And I'm sure everyone sitting here in the room who runs a medium-sized business or a small business will be thinking about affordability. I mean, we do have the highest energy costs for our SME sector in Europe. And actually, Siobhan and I published an op-ed this morning which called out 4 very specific choices that the government could take that would reduce a SME energy bill on average by about £1,000. Now, these choices obviously aren't always easy choices to make, but they are choices that can be navigated. And we need to do that to then electrify. Because we're actually getting more and more of a pull from businesses with regards to electrification, because the economics work for businesses, but we need the policies that actually amplify that pull, because that's where we can actually start seeing the growth in terms of getting an affordable cost base and being able to electrify Britain actually will generate growth for UK PLC directly to the business consumer who avails of the electrification, but also to the broader economy.
And Stephen, what's your answer to whether or not politicians get business?
I believe they do, right? But I'll frame it this way. I don't think anybody at age 12 woke up and said, I think I want to be in supply chain. That's really what I want to do. And so, no, it was a much later, I'll call it an error rather than a decision. But I think, there is an onus on us to educate, to help them understand. Supply chain is a bit of a shadowy kind of game. Nobody really focuses on it until it goes wrong, until you don't have goods, either as an SME or a multinational, you don't have the goods in place to sell to your customers at the time you need them. You're unable to support export markets that you're trying to break into. And so, we have a very active program within DP World where we engage government representation at all levels, business community organizations, take them to our sites, show them what we do. Because often it's the nuanced decision-making that we require through policy that makes really big impacts on what we're trying to achieve. So, I think they do, but there's a lot of detail that you need to be able to put in front of them.
And Sheetal, it feels like every politician that I speak to wants to give the impression that they totally understand AI. But what's your answer to the question about whether policymakers understand business?
So I think we've seen a lot of digital interventions from the UK government, right? So that there is, especially the Digital Inclusion Action Plan. So we know that there is an acceptance and adaptation that, for economic growth and the productivity to be at scale, to be amplified, I think we need to have technology leadership. So we cannot keep tech and AI separate when we are talking about economic acceleration. So I think that acceptance and that thing is there. Where we see as an opportunity for deeper, more agile collaboration is in terms of, the entire nation skills building, right? I think the policy frameworks need to move and keep up with the pace of technology, right? They need to have that agility in terms of the kind of policy frameworks which we roll out. I think that becomes very, very critical at this point of time, because the multi-year educational and reskilling programs we have, do they really fit in terms of how the technology landscape is changing? So I think there is definitely a room to say, how do we make these policies robust and agile there? I think initiatives, the second one is in terms of, while the heavy lifting is done by the UK government, how do we as organizations partner with them in the entire nation's skill building agenda, especially with the Tech Skills Partnering Program, where TCS has committed in terms of reskilling 12,000 in terms of reskilling 12,000 people. I think this is a great example of partnership between the government and private enterprises, right? So we need to have more such policies which kind of nudge and incentivize the private sector organizations to step in terms of the reskilling programs. And as I said, it begins at home. So our entire investments in terms of ensuring that the talent keeps up, understands, are future ready, looking at the entire supply chain with our partners, our suppliers, academic institutions, and with associates which we have. How do we ensure we keep up in terms of our skilling? So last year we clocked 170,000 hours of learning within the organization, and that's the scale with which the learning really is required at this time.
Nigel, I'm interested in your view on this, because it feels like Heathrow has been, I mean, I don't want to use the word kind of political football, but it's certainly been like in the kind of centre of a lot of the political debate, right? Do you think policymakers understand business?
I fudge the answer by saying sometimes. I think that policymakers, both politicians and officials in the departments, are pretty good at understanding the sector that they are responsible for within Whitehall. But I think where we struggle is when sectors are across Whitehall, and then it kind of gets caught up in the politics with a little p that goes on. So if you look at infrastructure, electricity, those are the kind of that all business needs, that it needs Whitehall to come together to understand the collective view that for business to succeed. You look at the industrial strategy, it picked the 5 sectors and didn't really talk too much about all of the sectors that facilitate those sectors. Logistics is a great example. Electricity is another, where unless you have a reliable and modern logistics kind of infrastructure in place, unless you have a sufficient amount of power, it doesn't matter how successful those 5 sectors are, they are not going to be able to compete globally. So I think we do struggle. But I think for Heathrow, where we got it, we had the Chancellor saw herself as a champion of Heathrow, and definitely over the last 18 months, I think Whitehall has moved at a speed that they've found incredibly uncomfortable to deliver the policy framework last week. So where there is that political champion that can push it through, then I think we can see results happen. But where it struggles, and we saw this again in the margins of the policy statement last week, that because it's private investment, the modelling that the Department for Transport used to work out the benefits of Heathrow, because it couldn't cope with the fact it's private investment. So it sees the £33 billion as being a cost to the country, because the way the modelling works, it should otherwise be spent on schools or hospitals. But that isn't it. It's private money. So the structure isn't set up to so that Andy and Siobhan talked this morning about the need for the partnership between government and industry. I think some of the essential building blocks aren't yet there to really enable us to really get that partnership working.
That's really interesting. Is there anything specifically that you'd point to saying this would be useful, we should do this instead?
Well, I think having a business modelling that can take into account the fact that it's private money, and therefore, and that with our shareholders, as with many other big businesses, global shareholders have a choice which country they're going to invest in. That money being invested into the UK should be seen as a huge boost to UK supply chain, to UK jobs, for the whole country. So that would be, for me, an obvious change. I think the other area where I would pick on is regulation, where I think regulators are still not fully aligned with with the political narrative on growth. They still see investment as being a cost to the consumer. They're still looking too short term, so we end up with a lot of short term decisions, and then we pay a long-term cost.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Short-term decisions, particularly the political churn that we're seeing in the minute, feels like it's one of the real key tensions, doesn't it?
But it's so right, this cross-departmental need. So, we've got more and more convergence across sectors. Tech is obviously going to accelerate that, and sort of having departmental policies without that overall convergence view is not going to get us to where we need to be.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. There's an awful lot of SMEs, of course, in the audience today. So the next question, and Stephen, feels like you're good to pick this one up, is how important are supply chains to your growth story? I mean,
it's a good question, and let me frame it in a kind of different, maybe a set of different pillars, if I can call it that. If I go to kind of the really pointy end of that, which is what directly impacts SMEs. I look at our what we call our freight forwarding transport infrastructure within the UK. 90% of their turnover today is generated from SME customers. That's the importance of the SME environment to them, right? SME organizations, don't always have the scale, the funding to generate supply chain capabilities like large multinational organizations. So being able to execute and make their businesses perform is really, really critical, right? If I look across to our warehousing business, it's split about 60-40, 60 multinational, but about 40% of what we do within our warehousing footprint in the UK which is quite substantial, is SME. So that, I mean, you know, SME supply chain critical to us. Ports are more of a kind of a catch-all. Everybody has to go through a port, whether that's Gateway or Southampton. But at the end of the day, that's an integral part of that supply chain. And so, you know, for us, whilst we're a large global organization, when I sort of contemplate the way we engage in our supply chain deployment and solutioning in the UK, the SME environment is absolutely critical to us and will remain so.
And Shuta, I can see you nodding to a bit of that as well. Is it a similar sort of story?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. The only difference which I see is, you know, for us, the supply chain moves from, you know, the infrastructure to intelligence, right? I mean, it's that spectrum of supply chain. It's infrastructure, definitely data centers, semiconductor chips, getting everything else, but also moving towards the skill-based and knowledge-based economy in terms of intelligence. So we see that spectrum becoming very, very important, that, you know, how do we ensure that our supply chain is robust from an infrastructure point of view to an intelligence point of view. Another lens which we're looking at is, I don't think today organizations at isolation can address supply chain. It has to be an ecosystem play, right? It's about shared ecosystems. And I think that's something which is very integrally built in our supply chain resilience. How do we ensure that, you know, we work with the whole ecosystem? It could be our partners, suppliers, SMEs, in terms of academic institutions, and ensure that there is sustained growth for all. So that's, you know, a very, very important aspect. If you look at it as an organization, we have contributed to 3.3 billion to the UK's GDP, and we have, in the pipeline, in the supply chain, created 42,700 jobs. But it does not mean it's for TCS alone. It's for our customers, it's for our partners, it's for, you know, the specialized technology partners and our suppliers as well. So it's an ecosystem, right? So that's a very important aspect. The second part in terms of, we also have the contextual knowledge and experience to bring large enterprises who are our customers and very, very specialized technology partners or, you know, SME organizations. So we have, you know, the AI experience zone here in UK, where we do bring customer organizations and the very, very, very specialized small, medium enterprises together to co-create solutions for the future. So that's something which we can, you know, bridge that gap for ecosystem play. Third is, I cannot not talk about the talent pipeline, right? That's again a very, very important aspect of our supply chain. You know, work with academic institutions, be there at the board, you know, talk to them about what are the future skills. See, today technology does not lead people who code, because everything is low code, no code. In terms of natural language, technology is becoming simpler, it's becoming accessible, it's becoming available to all, it's becoming truly democratic. Now, what becomes important is how do we create that mindset of adaptation, the mindset of continuous learning to ensure that, you know, we keep up with the technology. And that's something which we again play and bring to the ecosystem, that, okay, how do we do this together? What are the skills of the future? Are academic institutions really grooming students for the skills of the future? So the Tech Skills Partnering Program comes at play. In terms of, again, another example is the London Marathon. How, through the expertise which we bring, how do we ensure that the entire aspect is, you know, looking at the bigger problems? We kind of used, through the London Marathon, TCS London Marathon, we kind of raised 85.3 billion in a single day for charity. On one side, and on the other side, we use something called Rescore. So the entire thing was, we enable the marathon to ensure it has its first ever green sustainable certification. And when we do that, every partner which is involved in this massive transformation gains from the supply chain. So that's the way we look at, you know, keep not individual in isolation, not work as an isolation, but keep ecosystem at play when you're talking about supply chains.
Yeah, like a whole different way of kind of imagining it in a way. I mean, Heathrow and supply chains must be a big part of your
It is a huge, but it's huge, but it's 60%. So of the 1.3 billion pounds that we have spent in the last 12 months, 60% of it has been with SMEs. So the great British supply chain that we would, and the challenge is how do more businesses make better use of it. We've worked really in partnership with the Chamber Network over the last decade to understand the barriers to SMEs joining our supply chain. They are there. We accept that. It's a very complicated and complex and specific environment to work at Heathrow and to be on our supply chain from security point of view, from safety point of view. So helping SMEs understand that is really important. And in the breakout sessions this afternoon, one of my colleagues will be talking more about that, because it really is important that we work with the Chamber Network to bring more SMEs into the Heathrow supply chain. The challenges that Heathrow faces now and into the future, the innovation that's going to be required, the solutions that are required, we are going to need the best of British talent to help us do that, and therefore making sure that it is that we lower the barriers, that we attract as many SMEs into our supply chain as possible, is absolutely core of our business case.
Yeah, and I guess it's similar to...
I mean, we're a service provider to SMEs, so my sort of supply chain is a slightly different construct to the upstream or the generation part of SSE Group. So how we use our supply chain in SSE Energy Solutions for SMEs is that we've really looked at how we can level the playing field in terms of the access that very large organisations get to, say, like corporate power purchase agreements where you can put them over a longer time frame and get a reduced cost. We actually said, well, this isn't fair that medium-sized companies who can't afford, lawyers to go through these very complicated legal constructs. So we created something that was really simple. And then secondly, with regards to solar, we said, okay, how can we use the benefit of our supply chain and provide a funded solar option? And that's really starting to unlock, as I mentioned earlier on. We're getting more and more businesses saying, actually, we want to have solar where it makes sense, obviously sort of like medium-sized businesses, because we can see that we can reduce our energy costs by about 40%, but we can't afford the upfront capex. So we're actually creating a funded option so that we can use out the benefits of our buying power to flow those benefits through. So I think there's a real role that large organisations can play in terms of supply chain opportunities to sort of spread the benefits through the SME sort of section of our society.
And the other thing that I was really keen to get your kind of take on is kind of skills and productivity. I know it's something you've already mentioned quite a lot, the skilling of the workforce. How are you managing these key issues?
I think that's the biggest one in terms of ensuring that we kind of overcome the resistance. So it's not, especially in the tech world, it's not humans competing with AI, but AI complementing the human knowledge, right? So we call it humans to the power of AI, not humans versus AI. So that's something which we look at, in terms of, ensuring that the transformation mindset is kind of inculcated across, and, there is that sense of adaptation. We start there. And in terms of top-down approach, if you look at the skills per se we were talking about, I think that the younger generation talent is very digitally native. They've been born in the digital world. But how do we ensure that when you have 4 generations across the workforce, the skilling happens uniformly across? So when we started our transformation journey in TCS with respect to AI, we started from the top. We had an immersion session for all the leaders, including the CEO and CEO, on how to be comfortable with tech and with AI. And with those immersive sessions, you start understanding, okay, how it complements my work and how it frees my bandwidth in terms of ensuring I spend time for what my expertise is really required from. That's definitely one. And doing this at scale and at the speed with which, the kind of technology is moving. So that's something, as I mentioned, 170,000 hours of learning in 1 year last year is something which we're looking at. We need to just ensure we scale. And learning cannot be a one-time event. We have to ensure that the learning is embedded in the flow of work. Again, technology amplifies the learning.
Can I ask if you're worried about jobs and AI, particularly for those entry-level younger generation?
See, I don't think. We've always had this discussion. When we had the internet coming in, we talked about it. When we had the automation and the first computers come in, we talked about it. Will they take away jobs? And with the AI, we're talking about it. It's about how we reconfigure our knowledge, our expertise, and be comfortable with working in AI. And that's the key. It's not about replacing. It's how we augment the human potential and capability for and with AI, complemented by AI for growth. So I think the whole narrative on the digital future is human-centered, keeping humans in the center, in the loop, and then augmenting growth.
What's your own answer on kind of skills and productivity?
So well, it is absolutely vital. I mean, Heathrow is the single biggest site of employment in the country, of 80,000 people working at the airport. So without those people having the skills that are needed, the airport comes to a pretty quick standstill. So I think that it is. I think that the Milburn report and the conclusions and the recommendations that makes are so important. But I think there is a real responsibility on big business as well. At Heathrow, we have the Heathrow Academy, where we do work with young people to make sure that they have some of the soft skills and some of the hard skills that they need to have a successful career at Heathrow. And I think that is increasingly, I don't think that is optional. I think for big businesses, I think increasingly that is going to have to be a role that we play and that we should play in partnership with local colleges and universities. But I think there is a really important role that business needs to play. It's not something we can push off. If we want people to be coming into the business to have fulfilling careers which they can develop, and there's a really important role that big business needs to play in helping to develop that.
It's my summer university job working at Heathrow. There you go. I was one of those people who...
And look how far you've fallen since, Sophie.
Oh, exactly. I was telling people whether I thought their hand luggage was going to be too big to get on the plane. So I think it definitely helped those kind of awkward situations, probably.
It's enabled you to handle the politicians with such a problem now.
Nikki, how are you managing skills and productivity?
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely need to think about education. So that's obvious. And then us as businesses, I mean, we've got a number of programs running. It really is around augmenting with the role. And sort of like flicking the switch a little bit in terms of thinking of AI as the enabler to solutions. And energy is a great place for that. So there's lots of AI sort of working hard at the moment, thinking about how we can look at grid capacity to enable growth. So, how we augment our human sort of capital with AI for solutioning some of these big problems actually is uber exciting for our graduates. I was speaking to some of our graduates last month, and they started off really concerned, going, AI is going to take all of our jobs. But actually, by the time we got to the end of the discussion, it was much more around repositioning and embracing how they could do more by using the tools.
That's really interesting. It's a great perspective, actually. Stephen, what's your take on managing skills and productivity?
Look, our industry across the board struggles with talent identification and talent retention as well. It's just, it's the nature of it. It's a little bit akin to the sort of the joke I made earlier about nobody set their vision at age 7 that this is what they were going to do. I think it also depends on which part of the supply chain you're looking at. So if you take a port, ports are typically located where they are because it's a good geographic location for the service they're going to execute, which is dock, unload, reload, and off-dock vessels. So you tend to then be very dependent on that community within that geography. Nobody commutes 50 miles a day to go and be a crane driver in Southampton. They don't. That's not what you're working off a fairly small pool of resources there. When you look at broader, whether it be road transportation, international transportation, warehousing, you've got a little bit more of a resource pool from which you draw, but it's difficult to get. So, the focus for us is learning and development is absolutely fundamental, especially in our ports, where we're drawing on local communities and putting them into industry, both ports as well as warehousing and transportation, is moving at breakneck speed in terms of the way it's, with digitalization becoming more technology-based. And so, we have to train up the people that we bring in. So really important for us. And I think, talking to the topic of AI, we see that as a support for what our people need to do, rather than a replacement. If you talk to anyone in my industry and go, what kind of business are you in? They'll go, we're in a people business. Yeah. And then we have customers as well. It's, so we are there things that we're going to be able to do faster, better, smarter, and, increase our capacity as we see, hopefully, economies grow, more moves, more trade flows as a result. We need to be able to give those people the ability to handle more. It comes down to that productivity factor. So for us, AI is a productivity enhancer. What we've got to do is get the right people, show them an exciting career, and train them to be really effective at it.
It's been an absolutely fascinating discussion, I have to say. If you were going to give, the kind of incoming potential anti-Byrne administration, one thing, what one thing should they be prioritising? We haven't got long left, but I just wondered if there was anything that anyone wanted to suggest that, right, this is what you should be doing. Go on.
Well, you've got a oven-ready, privately invested infrastructure project that's going to benefit every corner of the country. So let's crack on with Heathrow expansion.
I'd like to give one fact. There's lots of chat around clean power, clean energy, but the fact is, if we did not have renewables on the system today, wholesale prices would be 30% higher.
Go on, what would you...
As an international transportation person, I would be saying more trade agreements. Trade agreement we've done with India, the one we've done with the GCC, these are great news. We need more of those because it's going to help both SME and MNC organisations, going to help grow the UK economy, and we've got to have more of those.
The skills agenda, right? The skills and opportunities agenda is something which we should really prioritize and, work with partners and organizations like TCS to ensure that, we co-create the talent of the future.
That's great. Thank you so much. Really, really interesting. Thank you. Interesting discussion. Quite a lot of, I thought, agreement around the table in particular. A quick reminder once again of our breakout sessions this afternoon at 1:30. You can choose from sessions on AI, trade and supply chains, so stuff that we've been talking about an awful lot there. And then at 2:25 p.m. you will be able to join sessions on skills, infrastructure investment and the 2030 Prosperity Alliance with NatWest. So all the details of those sessions and the speakers are in the conference app. So do take a look after the lunch break in particular. Coming up now, though, young people are really at the heart of our economic growth story, now and in the future as well. And we know, of course, that so many people in this room, as chambers or as businesses, are doing some really amazing things to help support and inspire the next generation. So for the next 15 minutes, we're going to be discussing the power of young people to help businesses deliver growth, with the help of the King's Trust, which is a charity currently celebrating its 50th anniversary and a proud member of the BCC's Business Council. I should say that I come across people all the time who've benefited from the King's Trust, like a really amazing organisation. First, let's take a look at this video highlighting the incredible work of the King's Trust.
In 2022, I lost my full-time job. I didn't know what to do.
I was sadly homeless for a while and I struggled to find a job.
I've always had a steady job, and being jobless was really worrying and scary.
I couldn't even get a job because I didn't have a fixed address at the time. I was feeling very unsure in myself as a person, anxious, worried, worthless, scared.
We all went through COVID, but young people got hit really hard. We were just existing, and we're still feeling it today.
For young people nowadays, we're not living, we're surviving.
With technology, it's scary to be creative and worry that something's taking over.
It's like, I can't be ill, I can't feel this way, I can't do this and I can't do that because I need that money.
I really think that the deck is really stacked against young people today.
We're not experiencing things to our best ability because of money.
The rise of AI, the cost of living, unemployment.
I just felt lost. Yeah, very lost. Sorry, actually, I was quite down.
Young people get labelled all the time. The only label that matters to me
is me.
Well, that message really loud and clear, really loud and clear. I think the work that the King's Trust do there. Please now welcome Ben Marsden, who is Director of Fundraising and Marketing at the King's Trust. Hayley Tatum, MBE, is the Chief People Officer at M&S. And we've also, most excitingly, got two ambassadors as well. We've got Brandon Tattersall, who is a Junior Data Analyst at BAE Systems, and Deborah Babaloa-Davis, who is a Communications Professional. Please welcome them to the stage. Great to have you guys with us. Thanks so much for being with us as well. So Ben, look, we've all seen the Melbourne Review, we've all seen the news and the reports about the number of young people who are, I hate this term to be honest, NEETs, but not in education, employment or training. And I interviewed Alan Milburn about it, and I was just so struck by what he said when he was like, people want to work, that they want to find a job. This is not a choice, if you like, it's not a lifestyle choice. How do you think young people can unlock growth?
Sophie, thank you for the question. I think you saw from the video, I think that it feels very challenging for young people at the moment. So, 1 million not in employment, education or training. And our own research suggests that 71% of young people wish they weren't starting their career in this current economic climate. And, there's a scarring effect. So there's a sort of imperative on us to get young people into work, because if you're young and you stay out of work, it affects you for the rest of your life in a way that it doesn't if you've already had a period of work. So it feels obvious, and you've said it, the Milburn report has called that out. And the potential impact on the economy, I think estimated at 125 billion a year in lost value. The flip side is, I think we did an analysis of the last 10 years of the work of the King's Trust and saw that, in a small way, but 1.5 billion put back into the economy through reduced benefits and tax receipts. And it's really clear to me, and I hope you'll hear from our two young people on the stage, just, you think of the immense power of young people. There's an economic story, but there's an individual story of aspirations that aren't being fulfilled. And young people really want to work. It can feel, and it doesn't mean it always is, but it feels more complicated. So there's a real onus on finding ways to get young people into employment. And the simple story is, the more young people you employ, you reduce the benefit bill, you can help power business. I'm convinced that the combination of AI in changing jobs, but also young people and their energy and determination and sort of, the ability to train up young people is a massive potential boost to growth and to businesses.
So we've got obviously Brandon and Deborah with us. I just sort of first wanted to kick off by saying that this is a very intimidating environment for a young person like yourself. But like everyone in this room is we're kind of cheering you on, if that makes sense, and we're just really happy that you're here and that you're, going to talk to us a little bit about yourselves as well. So, Brandon, I wondered if you could tell us a bit about your own kind of story.
So growing up, wasn't too great for myself. I wasn't academically inclined at school, so I was more of like a hands-on, practical type of learner. But there's nothing really sort of in school that has that type of thing where it's going to lead to a career or something, which led to me then going to college, doing motor vehicle, which I thought I would like, because I thought it would be hands-on, but spent 3 years there, which didn't amount to anything, which very much affected my mental health. But I sort of kept it in at the time, and then I was sort of going through job after job after job, and then got made redundant. Where at the time I thought this was the moment to go try and find something in a career, but I had no experience in anything. Personally didn't think I had any skills or anything like that. So it sort of, I hit a boiling point where it really did. I hit a breaking point where it really did, almost take me over the edge when my mental health suffered. Got diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and then I was out of employment for about a year. But, didn't feeling hopeless really, like there was nothing for myself. And then sort of about like a year after that, I came across a get into business administration program with the King's Trust, So at the time, I was sort of getting out of that sort of dark space, you know, wanting to see. And then, yeah, I tried it. I went to the tasting and found it really interesting. So I did the 3-week course. It was, you know, like employability skills. You know, first week was like employability skills, which was, you know, really good. I learned a lot of stuff from that. Then we had the second week, which was a work experience week at BAE Systems. So I did it with the data analytics team, and I found that was something that really, you know, was encouraging, like really great for myself. I really got into it, you know, put everything that I could into it at that time. And then sort of about a few weeks after the program finished, I actually got a call from the manager of that data analytics team, and they pretty much created a role for myself. Yeah, it was, and that was like an amazing feeling at the time, because it felt like the start of something. You know, I could build something for myself. And then sort of since then, you know, I've had so many sort of experiences. I've managed to win a few awards, but I've also, you know, I've been able to do like a sort of interview with Channel 4 talking about dealing with poor mental health while out of work. You know, managed to sort of talk at a charity, you know, the Royal Birkdale charity event for the King's Trust, which was an amazing feeling as well, you know, giving my story like kind of like I am now. So, you know, for me, it's a difference of night and day. I always use that analogy for, you know, what the King's Trust has done for myself.
And it's an amazing story, and I have to say, like, it's great to hear you talk so openly about your own sort of journey. It's really inspiring, and you know, you must have done an awful lot to impress at that as well. And Deborah, you've had your own story as well, so just talk us through how your story evolved.
So, hello, I'm Deborah, like Sephora, and a bit about me, just so it's a bit easier to remember. But so my journey was slightly different. So I went to University of Southampton, studied fashion marketing. Go into a Russell Group uni, you're kind of taught throughout your journey, you know, the world is your oyster, like you go to Russell Group. So I finished my degree and I struggled to find work. But thankfully, I started an internship in equity, diversity, and inclusion. I went into EDI because that was what my dissertation was in. And during my final year of university, I was diagnosed with ADHD, which really, like Brandon said, that really affected my mental health. And unfortunately, towards the end of my internship, I had to leave because I had severe burnout, because those who are neurodivergent are more susceptible to burnout than neurotypicals. And I was at a very low point of my life at that point, because I felt very like I disappointed my family, like I disappointed myself, like I went to a good uni and like I had a good job, but I just couldn't function anymore. So that's when I was then at the Princess Trust back in 2024, and I met our outreach Jack. And I explained to him my whole journey, what I've been through, like mentally, and he was like, "Don't worry, Deborah, like I think I've got a program for you." So that's how I got started and get started into radio and podcasting. And through that, that kind of unleashed my creativity, and it released my passion for media and relations. And then I had the privilege to meet more of our fellow YDLs, which is our young development leads, Jess and Jade, and that's how I got started into the youth panel, which is basically getting more young people into political spaces, just have our voices heard. And that's what kind of triumphed my love for politics, slowly, and just being more involved with what's going on within our country, because I feel like a lot of young people feel like the decisions are being made for us, not with us. So I'm quite passionate of having your voice in those spaces, because I believe people here do want to hear from young people, and it's a two-way street. Like, I want to learn from you, but I want you to also learn from me as well. But through the King's Trust, doing the different programs, it essentially boosted my confidence. When you go through a low point, especially as someone who's neurodivergent, you feel things very intensely. And I you know, I also suffer with anxiety, and the King's Trust was really there to kind of pick me up. And through that, they boosted my confidence, and I've done different programs with them, and I've had the privilege to go to the Royal Ascot to speak to like the fellow public about what the King's Trust is and what the King's Trust does for people like me. And they've put me in spaces I wouldn't have dreamed of, like being here, speaking to all you amazing people on a very hot summer's day. I really appreciate it. So I don't know where I would be without the King's Trust.
Oh, well, thank you. You speak so well. It's absolutely inspiring, honestly, listening to both of you. Just so eloquent, like, to talk in front of this number of people and to get that message across, like, you know, hats off to you. Hayley, M&S has obviously had a long track record of working with the Trust. I know you've also held roles at Asda and other firms with that real focus on employing young people. Why do you work with the King's Trust, and what would you say to, I guess, other businesses who might be thinking about doing the same?
I think they've said it already, really, haven't they? Why wouldn't you? It is the right thing to do. Certainly in retail, hospitality in particular, we are so often the sector where young people get their first chance, their first job. So it's really important that we have a relationship with community organisations like the King's Trust to help us gain access to that talent pool. And it is a really rich talent pool. So creating opportunities for young people, those very first rung on the ladder roles, is imperative. We're gaining the benefit of young people in our organisation. Our existing colleague base really enjoy learning. You just said it, Deborah, you know, you're bringing as much as you are, you know, learning from the organisation. And we, from a talent point of view, are reaching a wider audience. So the King's Trust help us get to communities and to individuals who are perhaps furthest away from the world of work. We bring them in. Our Marks and Start programme is hugely successful. We've offered over 14,000 placements. But importantly, it's not just about the initial placement, it's about the conversion. So we absolutely work on progression and career pathways beyond that initial experience in the world of work. And I'm really proud to say that the conversion rate is 82% of colleagues that come through the King's Trust that then convert and take a role with us. And we know, you know, the skills that they learn, often they don't always stay in retail forever, but they are, you know, this is their first work experience, and then they go on to other businesses beyond retail and hospitality. But it's that initial start that's so important.
I mean, 82%, that kind of says it all, right? You know, that statistic does, to be honest. And, you know, we're talking about growth today, and all the politicians are talking about it as well as, you know, the big challenge, which it is. But, you know, this is kind of key to unlocking it, as I'm sure you'd agree. And Ben, final question. What can businesses in the room be doing for young people and to help unlock that growth?
So I think there's a few things. I would say, you know, we'll talk a lot today, and it's already been covered, you know, sort of government's role in setting the environment. We can talk about the education system. But I think there's a real call to action for business as well. I think, you know, that's where the entrepreneurial energy sits. And I think the challenge of finding ways to bring young people in to get the first start, I'm convinced there's more people can do. And I think, so I just urge businesses to think, what more can you do to create new roles, you know, different roles, to bring young people in a kind of entry level and train them up. You know, I hear a lot of businesses tell me, oh, you know, that degree doesn't give me exactly what I'm looking for, the world's moving so fast. Well, you know, I think recruit young people directly and train them up from there. So I think do as much as you can is number one. I think the second thing is, you know, your people are often your biggest asset in business. You know, young people really need role models, people to aspire to, you know, from a range of backgrounds that can demystify the world of work. And, you know, we have lots of volunteering opportunities with us, but we're not the only organisation. And I'd say, you know, get your people to really volunteer and get involved to support young people, because that's important as well. And I think, and just get creative would be my solution, because, you know, it's that and, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You know, you've got all the technology and productivity that's got to come down the track and improve your business, but we also want to make sure that we don't leave 1 million young people left behind. Yeah. So that's my message. And
it's that kind of first opportunity, isn't it, like you're saying as well. I remember I was invited to a fundraiser for the King's Trust, and I was getting ready at work before, and I was speaking to a makeup artist who was telling me what she did. She was like, King's Trust. That changed my life. And I was just like, wow, that's just a completely random crossing. I know, like, this woman who is, you know, a super skillful makeup artist now, great career, and she was like, I wouldn't have done any of it if it hadn't been for King's Trust, and I'll always remember that when it happened as well. But thank you so much, and thank you guys in particular for a really, really engaging and thoughtful session. Thank you. Super inspiring, it really was. Now, I know that lots of you will be posting pictures of today's events on social media. Of course, you're very welcome to. If you are, just a quick reminder of the hashtag GAC2026, which can help us spread the word about some of the key messages that have come out of this event as well. And I should say too, if this is your first time at the BCC's Global Annual Conference, if you want to find out a bit more about the organisation and the Chamber Network, you can go to the BCC stand in the exhibition. So the team there will be very happy to have a talk about membership and partnership opportunities, or just tell you a bit more about the work of the Chamber Network as well. So it's time now for our final speaker of the morning session as we hear from the Liberal Democrats. So Sir Ed Davey was first elected to Parliament in 1997, and he served in the Cabinet then as Energy and Climate Change Secretary during, of course, the coalition years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Good afternoon, I think it is. And thank you, Sophie, for that kind introduction. And thank you to the British Chambers of Commerce for inviting me to speak today. It feels especially appropriate and important to be here discussing how we grow our economy after the events of this week. Because when you strip everything else away, it is the failure on growth that drives so much of people's anger and frustration towards this government. Just as it was their failure on growth that drove so much anger and frustration towards the Conservatives before them. And whether it's the cost of living crisis causing so much pain to so many families across the country, or the inability to find money for defence at a time when national security is so critical, the rising welfare bill, or the scandal of 1 million young people not in work, education or training, the crisis underpinning them all is anemic economic growth. The original sin of this government and the last government is their failure on growth. And if the next Prime Minister is going to solve all those other problems, they must start by firing up economic growth, and fast. And it would be a terrible mistake for the new Prime Minister to think that the problem with Keir Starmer's government is that it wasn't left-wing enough. Don't lurch to the left, Andy. That's a mistake the country cannot afford. And let's remember why growth matters. It's not an end in itself, but without growth, far faster growth, the broken social contract can never be rebuilt. And without growth, the government will never escape the trap of high borrowing costs, high debt interest payments, with no room for manoeuvre. The only way to bring down those high borrowing costs, to reassure investors and calm the gilt markets, is to convince them that Britain has a real plan. A plan to grow our economy and get the public finances under control. A credible growth plan that our country has lacked now for a decade. We need a plan where there's an incentive to work and to take on young people, where businesses and entrepreneurs are incentivized to invest and innovate, where the cost of doing business in the UK, from energy to transport, are competitive, and where the UK benefits from new economic alliances in an insecure world. So today, I want to set out 5 big economic changes that I believe can get our great country back on track. And it starts, you won't be surprised to hear, with trade. The importance of trade is something we Liberals have always understood. Free trade brings growth and lowers the cost of living. That is why we opposed the Conservatives' Brexit deal, the biggest and most destructive act of protectionism in modern times. That deal, championed of course by others like Mr Farage, is estimated to have cost us between 6% and 8% of our GDP. Just think about that. Think about how many more jobs, how many more businesses, how much more money there would have been in people's pockets if they hadn't hit our economy with Brexit. Well, they promised global Britain, but they've left us all poorer, weaker, and more insecure. I'm afraid I couldn't help noticing that Mel Stride didn't apologise this morning, and I understand that Robert Jenrick's coming this afternoon. I doubt he's going to apologise either. But what's worse than their failure to apologise or take any responsibility whatsoever is actually what they say now. When it comes to Europe, nothing can change. They say we just have to put up with it. With all the Brexit red tape, the delays, the costs and bureaucracy, they say we're stuck with it. I'm afraid Labour hasn't been much better or ambitious enough, hemmed in by the red lines that Keir Starmer set more than 5 years ago. Red lines that say no single market, no customs union, red lines that stop us getting rid of that conservative red tape, red lines that are holding back our economy, stopping growth. We say it doesn't have to be like this. There is a better way. Last week, I set out our party's plan for a new growth and defence partnership with the EU. This will be a bold new deal that will make Britain richer, safer and stronger, with a new customs union and also, crucially, taking Britain back into the single market, tearing down the barriers to trade, ending the mountains of paperwork, cutting costs for businesses, giving British businesses the certainty they need to invest, to hire and to grow, and giving Britain's public finances a growth dividend. A new growth fund worth tens of billions of pounds to rebuild our public finances, to cut the cost of living, cut the cost of business, fix the NHS and strengthen our armed forces. Just imagine the good that could do. And our commitment to trade goes beyond Europe. We are arguing for a new economic coalition of the willing for more free trade with Commonwealth allies and Asian allies too. Given the EU, due to its size, has concluded far more ambitious and far better trade deals than the UK has alone, this is all possible. The anti-free trade politics of Donald Trump have to be taken on. We can't let the tariff man's bullying approach to trade and geopolitics succeed. We all know where that ends. So our party will champion Britain and defend free trade, so hard won by Liberals in the past. So that's the number one, trade. Number two is backing Britain's small and growing businesses, the startups and scale-ups, the entrepreneurs and the self-employed, the people here in this hall. You're the engines of growth. It's businesses who promote growth. You're the beating heart of our communities we seek to represent, the people who create that growth and those jobs. And I think you've been pretty badly let down in recent years. I mean, go back to COVID. Remember that the government then shamefully excluded over 1 million self-employed people from financial support? We were left the only ones standing up for them in Parliament. Because we prioritise growth, we have long championed the self-employed and the small business owner. That's why we're arguing to abolish the unfair system of business rates and replace it with a better commercial landowner levy that would increase the incentive to invest and grow. It's why we oppose Labour's misguided job tax and its unfair tax rate on family farms and other family businesses. Because we need to stop holding back small firms that want to grow and free them, encourage them to do so. So that's number two, backing small and growing businesses. Number three, of course, it's about people. Because you can't get the economy growing again without the right people with the right skills in the right jobs. From construction to care, from hospitality to health, the British economy is being held back by a lack of staff and a lack of skills. So, of course, we need to tackle the health and care crisis that keeps hundreds of thousands of people out of work, waiting for treatment. We need to offer better training for young people and adults alike, the kind of training that teaches the skills employers actually need. And we need an approach to welfare and work that doesn't trap people on benefits, but properly helps and incentivises them back into work. So when it comes back to our liberal principles, seeing people as individuals and treating them fairly is crucial. So number 3 is people, number 4 is energy. Sky-high energy costs are hurting businesses and holding back economic growth. We have to get those costs down urgently. But the answer is not, as some pretend, cutting ourselves off from clean renewable power and relying ever more on oil and gas instead. I think Putin's war on Ukraine and Trump's war with Iran have shown the terrible folly of that. How damaging it is when we are so exposed to volatile oil and gas prices. So we do need to invest in renewables. We do need to make homes and offices more energy efficient. And we need to make sure the benefits of cheap renewables feed through into the bills that people and businesses all pay. Breaking that link between electricity and gas prices using contracts for difference, which we introduced in government. So cutting energy costs. And there's a lot I could talk about that as a former energy minister. But last, and certainly not least, number 5 is innovation. Things are changing so fast. But Britain has always been a land of innovation. From the steam train to the internet, Britain has always led the world with creativity and ingenuity. And we're still doing today, thanks to many of you in this hall. But right now, too many brilliant British businesses are being held back by a government that talks about technology, but does too little to help companies actually adopt it. So we focus on that, adoption, deployment, with real practical incentives to help small and growing businesses get these technology tools they need to grow. So number 5, investing in innovation, helping good ideas and new tools to spread across the economy quickly. The best way to bring forward the promise of productivity from new technology across our economy. So friends, there you have it, our 5-point plan for growth. Boost trade, particularly with a new growth and defence partnership with our European colleagues, backing small and growing businesses, helping people into work, cutting energy costs, and making sure innovation spreads across our economy. I think that's a real plan for growth. It's written in and rooted in British liberal values. Changing our economy, not by burning things down, like you hear from the populists on the left and the right, but by building something better, by freeing our great country and the great businesses that power it from the shackles that are holding us back, unleashing Britain at its best. Thank you.
Lots to unpick. I'm going to get a glass of water because it is baking. Would you like some?
Thank you very much.
So, pretty clear in your speech, the first point was rejoining the single market and the customs union. You want talks on that to start now. I mean, the EU's price has always been free movement of people, it's been paying into the budget, and it's been oversight by the ECJ. Are you prepared to accept those 3 things?
Well, we certainly have to accept at least the first 2. But if you look at the way EFTA works and the EEA works, which is basically what other countries who've got the policy that we adopt follow, it's not actually judged by the ECJ, just as a matter of fact. However, look, free movement of labour, first of all, one of the debates that we have to take on is the debate about immigration. Our economy needs people who can work, who are willing to work. If people aren't willing to work, they can come in from the EU but not allowed to stay very long. That's what the rules actually say. And the flip side of this, so we can take on the people on the right, is the small boats problem happened after we left the EU. Prior to that, under treaties, it was then called Dublin Convention. It's now called the AMMR. Don't ask me what it stands for. You could return people who'd gone to another European country first. And by definition, that's everyone who were on small boats. So we used to have a returns agreement with 27 countries. Thanks to Mr Farage and the Conservatives, those were torn up. And we've been looking very closely at the new model they've got. I think the vast majority of British people would sign up to that, and that would end the small boats challenge, which is dangerous for the people crossing it and is unwelcome to people. That can change the nature of this debate, and we can get back to a situation when I think people would welcome both the freedom of British people to live, work, travel and study across the European Union, because we get benefits from that, we get freedom for that, but also the fantastic European friends to come and work with us.
And talking about the kind of legal migration, because as you say, it's important to make the distinction,
sure,
obviously.
Yeah.
What free movement would also mean, I guess, is workers coming from the EU who may be prepared to work for lower salaries than people in the UK. And look, there are two ways of looking at this. Some people say this is a bad thing because it means British workers being undercut. Others say, actually, it's a good thing for business because it means you have access to a wider workforce. Just take that debate head on. What do you think?
Well, we have minimum wage legislation. That has always been there, and but under recent governments, minimum wages have risen far higher than prices. And
it's not always people at minimum wage, though, is it? It's
no,
people who are on higher salaries too.
But that sets the bar, right? And in fact, that is really, really important. But I'm afraid there are some jobs that aren't being done at the moment. I mean, if you talk to people in construction and care, there's a real problem. And let's remember, Boris Johnson realised this, didn't he? I mean, tell us during the referendum, I noted. But after we pulled out, they were absolutely scared. There were no people to do the jobs. And unfortunately, that resulted in the so-called Boris wave, when immigration went up after we left the EU. I mean, they should be held to account for that, shouldn't they? You know, they promised something completely different, and the reverse happened. The great thing about free movement of labour across the single market is that often people go back home. They come here to work, make some money, go back to their country. You see that time and time. Look at the Polish people who come back and forth. Wonderful. Contributing and helping their own country. I think that is a sustainable model, which I think most British people would get behind. I think politicians have been too afraid to take that argument on. And we cannot be scared by the far right. I'm really worried about how racism is being allowed to go unchallenged. We've got to challenge it. We can have a grown-up debate about how we run our country and our economy. And we're going to do that.
And can I ask about trade deals? It's another thing that you mentioned a lot in the speech. Do you think that your pretty vocal criticism of Donald Trump is helping or hindering the UK getting a good trade deal with the US?
To be honest, I'm not sure if the Donald notices me that much. I don't know if he notices anybody, to be brutally frank with you. But listen, I think it's important in the political debate in our country that people call a president out when he behaves in the way he does. He's put tariffs on our country. He's withdrawn defence support from NATO, defence support from Ukraine. He's no longer a reliable ally. He insults our army, insults our navy. And he allowed a member of government, Elon Musk was working for him, to call for the overthrow of the British government. You have to call that out, right? Who supports that? And, you know, President Trump hasn't given us any decent trade deal. I know Keir Starmer with law that was slightly lower tariff than the EU, but it was at the margins. We've got to stand up to Trump. And the way you do that is having other trade alliances by working with our European colleagues. And this is the thing that you won't hear from the others. They say, oh, we've done these great trade deals. No, you haven't. I was trade minister when we did the EU-Korea free trade agreement. We're going to sign a trade deal this coming September with Korea, and it will be a bit better than we achieved, but not as good as the EU is now going to do when it improves that trade deal from 14 years ago. And look at the trade deal the EU have done with India, way better than ours. They've done a trade deal called Mercosur with big economies in Latin America. We haven't done that. You know, this idea that the EU doesn't want free trade with the rest of the world is just nonsense. And I'm afraid we just have to call that out. If you're a big economic bloc, you get a better trade deal. The EU's, sorry to go on, but the EU's trade deal with Australia is better than ours. So there's a huge advantage working with friends and colleagues. And I have the huge privilege to represent our country at various EU ministerial councils. We were welcomed, we bossed them, people liked us, and we got our way. Now, no one told that story, it's just true. So let's not be afraid, let's be more confident. I mean, Blair said the other day that if we went back in any sort of way in the way we're talking about, we wouldn't be going from a position of strength. Nonsense. I mean, I don't know who's talked to in Europe, but people, maybe the French are a little bit unsure. I'll give them that. I'll give them the French. But the rest, and particularly if you bring a growth and defence partnership, they want us round the defence table.
I've got to ask you finally about the political situation. I think it's been really interesting looking at some of the voting patterns and the amount of tactical voting that perhaps is going on, particularly on the left. And so my question to you is, would the Lib Dems ever do a deal with an Andy Burnham-led Labour Party?
Listen, I'm the leader of the Liberal Democrats. At the last election, we got our best result for 100 years. We've had 8 years of consecutive growth in local government. We've never done that before. When I look around the country, I don't really care what the polls say. I know the seats we can win, the seats we're going to be competitive in. And I'm looking forward to putting forward our values, our policies, our priorities in a way which I think has reason and evidence behind it. I know reason and evidence are a bit unpopular in politics at the moment, but they're rather important if you're serious about the economy. And we hear all these populist noises on the left and the right. I mean, they want to burn our country down. It's what they want to do. You know, I've got to be careful with my language, I'm on camera. But some of what they say is frankly beyond shocking and would hit our economy so badly. And the nearer we get to the election, people will work that out. They are working it out now. And not just because someone got £5 million for reward for damaging our country with Brexit. People are working it out. So I'm very confident about where my party's going to be. And it'll be, I think, Mrs. Badenoch who'll be worried about questions about coalition.
Okay. Great to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats. Good to see you. Oh, what a session. It has been busy, busy, busy. Now it is time for a lunch break, which I'm sure, if you're anything like me, you could do with a bit of refreshments. Now, opportunity to get something to drink and eat, catch up with friends and colleagues, make new connections. Do visit some of the stands in the exhibitions area. I know you're keen to get off, so just very quickly, 1:30, we'll be heading to the first set of breakout sessions. That's focused on the conference Delivering Growth. And then in Whittle, which is the back of this room, there's a session on delivering growth through AI adoption. That's in partnership with Intuit. And in Fleming, which is this stage where I'm on now, you can join us for a session on delivering growth through trade in partnership with NatWest. Finally, St James on the 4th floor, delivering growth through supply chains. That's going to be discussed there. And then all those breakouts will then run until 2:15. We've got a 10-minute transfer break. And then our second set of breakout sessions gets underway at 2:25. Fleming, back of the room, breakout session, delivering growth through infrastructure investment. This stage, Whittle, delivering growth through skills. St James on the 4th floor, that is going to be looking at long-term growth with the 2030 Prosperity Commission in partnership with NatWest. Great. See you in a
and some fash. You sneezed in the
Filming anything good?
Hello.
Father, beautiful.